Welcome everybody to the West, a Dishonored RPG campaign that we run Wednesday evenings at 7 o'clock till about like 11:30, about that. So, last week on To the West.
Last week on To the West, I'm taking over this week. Take that.
What?
What?
This is horrible.
Last week on To the West, the party infiltrated Boss Darrigan's airship, the Maid's Shoe, with Heisel and Anton as a distraction team and Sebastian, Lee, and Ren on infiltration. Darrigan set off to a meeting with the party on board the ship. Despite early successes, conflict arose when Darrigan's second-in-command, whose name I cannot remember, caught the infiltration team and set the ship on high alert. Benson, that's the name. That's the one. That's the guy. As Darrigan went to investigate, Heisel threatened him with a void fiend needle and caused him to call off his men. Once Darrigan's men were locked up in the engine room, and we took our captives, Ibram Duxon and LG, out, Sab was able to find the second spike in a safe below decks. After some argument, mostly between me and Ren, we gave Ren the second spike. Darrigan revealed some information to us. His meeting was a rendezvous with this organization called Ikes and Field, who are middlemen traders in void artifacts. We turned the ship back towards Sunline instead of going to that meeting, and turned Darrigan and his men into Marshal Alt. And he gave us the ship and anything we found on it as payment for that. LG, Ren's contact, revealed he doesn't know how to separate Heisel and Sab from the spike without having all 6 of the artifacts. So we're stuck with her and LG for a while longer. We ended session back at Maxim Kenneric's apartment, and we are regrouping before our plans for the next morning.
All right. So, with that recap, the last point that you guys are at is Maxim Kenneric's apartment. You all make it back to the Heights. It's not quite New York City in Sunline, where it's just still stunningly bright, even at night, but there's plenty of lampposts, and the cable cars are pretty well lit, which you all would have to take to get back to the Heights. It's probably about midnight when you all actually arrive back in your apartment. When you enter the lowest level of the building, Ren, about to peel off, would approach you, Heisel, and just ask, do you want to have that conversation right now, or is that a later thing?
If you're available now, I wouldn't mind it, that's for sure.
I don't mind. She takes you off, not into a dark alley, but off the side of the building, probably. It's laid out. There's not really anybody around.
So it's a less shady alley.
Yeah, less shady alley. There's still plenty of light. She does lean up against the wall of the building itself and pulls out a cigarette. Offers one to you, you smoking woman.
At times. Not really my vice of choice, but I'll do. And I'll take it.
And she takes out a lighter and lights both of yours.
So, Ren, you said a couple of things that interested me back on that ship.
Just a couple things?
Mostly the thing about you trying what I did with, the cult before. Sending someone to the void or messing with the void in some way. What did you mean by that?
Well, definitely not that. What did you think I said? That I tried that before?
You tried something related to the void. You said you had already tried that, your organization.
Well,
what experience do you have with the void?
Well, you misheard me. I wasn't saying that we have done that. I was saying you tried it before.
Yes. Well, I did.
And how'd that turn out?
Great. We're still working on it, of course, but...
Working, I see.
But it's given me some advantages for sure, and as soon as Leo can appear to the rest of our followers, it'll be quite a thing to see. But that's not what I'm here to talk to you about. What associations do you have with the void, Ren? You're awfully biased.
Biased in what way, would you think?
Biased in that as soon as you found out who I was, you said I didn't deserve the spikes.
Well, I guess I've just got the bias of knowledge on my part. I mentioned the whole void crisis thing. You know how that was started, right?
Of course.
Yeah. That was somebody trying to make a new outsider.
And doing it carelessly, if you don't mind my adding.
Oh no, I feel like there was plenty of care put into it. There was a lot that went into getting the artifacts that contributed that. And I mean, sure, murdering your husband might not be the best way to inaugurate that sort of thing, but that's beside the point. The thing is, I suppose my personal bias is that whenever people start trying to tamper with the void, it never yields good results. Guess I'm something of a relic.
Hmm.
I still remember the Abbey of the Everyman, so. But
Were
they
you
had
an
some
Abbey
truth.
supporter?
I was not really. They were corrupt completely. They oppressed people. Sure, sometimes they did stop dangerous individuals, but no, I'm glad they're gone. That's for sure.
One of their storehouses is actually where I found this, and I'm going to kind of gesture at the torque.
No, how's that help you?
Effectively, if subtly.
Yeah, well, you asked for what my bias was, and that's about the best picture I can give you. Any questions?
It's not terribly specific. I figured
No,
you'd been through some sort of grand trauma to be able to come up with a view like that.
no, not really. Unless you call the void crisis itself a trauma, but
For plenty of people it was, but you sound objective about it.
mm, no personal history with it. Just very convicted on it.
And what if you're wrong and I'm right, Ren?
Mm, well, there is no if there. I'm certain about it.
You're so certain that what we did in the cult wouldn't have worked, didn't work.
Yep. She just blows straight up into the air with some of the smoke.
Hmm.
Because you said it yourself. You're still trying to get it to work.
It's working, just
Mm.
not on the scale we had anticipated.
What scale is it working on?
Well, I can hear from him.
Mm-hmm.
I still get messages from the Beyond the Void, and they've helped people before.
Make I don't know if what is it called? Deception?
Deception or persuasion or whatever?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and apply persuasion. She's skeptical, but
Yeah, so she's making an insight check, is what you're
that's
saying.
correct, pretty much. So whatever you want to modify or add onto this modifier. What'd you get?
I'll reroll that. I got a critical success, so 2.
Interesting. I also got one critical success.
What was your critical success?
A 1.
Ah, darn.
Okay. I don't need to ask really what you were trying to convey because I'm the DM and I know such things. But what are you out here to do, Heisel? Or Lady Augur, if you'd prefer that title.
You can call me whatever you want. Really doesn't matter one way or the other. What I'm trying to do is look for void artifacts. That's actually how I ran into you. The spikes were a bit of an interesting situation. So when I followed that lead, well, I guess I didn't even have to follow it. You kind of fell in my lap like that. But I held on to it because of that goal.
Why do you need them if you already have the new outsider?
To try and strengthen his connection. People can believe all they want, but some just won't without seeing, you know. I want to make it so that no one can deny it. Carry out our plan.
So why can't he just reveal himself to everybody? If he's the outsider.
I'm not sure, actually. It's a bit of a thing. He's there and he's sending messages, but there's some sort of block in the connection.
If this is too private, I understand, but what kind of messages has he been sending to you? This isn't some test, I'm genuinely curious.
Most even pretty vague things. Things like visions of concepts or images in my mind, but every once in a while something a bit more specific. It's the sort of consultation I offer people. Usually, if you focus long and hard enough, I can come up with something.
Right. Interesting. What's his opinion on the whole situation of the world right now?
About the same as it was when he went into the void. Not good enough.
Well, I don't want to stop your pursuit of that better world. That's something we're pursuing as well. Even if our first claim to protect the throne is already gone. We are still here to do that. And we don't really do it by the use of artifacts. We do take them out of the hands of people that would misuse them, yeah, but that's just not our primary goal. Most of what we do is justice, but you have an odd way of trying to improve the world, I might say.
The void's where the power comes from, Ren. The power to change things. That's what the outsider knew when he gave people like Corvo Tano the abilities to do miraculous things. With that sort of ability to gift people in the right hands, it could mean defenders of the forgotten, people that could end oppression. Surely you can see the need for something like that.
Somewhat. But I don't really think your friend in the void has been doing that.
He's been trying, that's for sure. So that's what I'm doing on my end, is I'm trying to find a way to enable him. You have a problem with that?
Not necessarily. But I do have an offer.
What sort of offer?
Well, it's a bit of a amendment or a revision of our prior agreement, if you want to take it. But if you're really seeking your friend at the void to be put in a more powerful position, I have some information that might be of interest to you. I'd like everyone else except for Heisel to leave the room very briefly.
Oh dear. See you guys in a minute.
Goodbye.
I'm setting like a 3-minute timer so that we can keep this. I'll do 4.
What sort of information could you have, Ren?
Well, you know what? I'm gonna cut through the smoke, and I'm gonna be serious. You don't know where your friend is, do you? Except the void. I don't believe he's talking to you. Because I know exactly where he is, and I think you would have known a little bit more about what's going on.
What do you mean you know where he is?
I mean, I know where he is. I know what he's up to. Now,
I'm gonna roll an insight check on that.
okay.
Two successes.
Yeah, she seems to be saying the truth. So, I'm not just going to tell you. I think you would understand how I need something to gain out of this as well.
You're a businesswoman. I get that.
Correct. So, I can tell you what I know, but we're going to need to change the conditions. You're not going to need to know what the spikes do, how they work, and to test them all out once we have them all.
And that's it.
Mm-hmm. We get the spikes, remove the curse, we take the spikes.
How do I know your information would be accurate?
You don't.
I'm going to need a down payment of some sort.
I don't know what kind of...
Give me a clue. Give me a hint, anything.
No, I know you. You'd probably break it down and get what I'm going at. I don't think there's a clue small enough that could really work for this. Except, do know what he looks like. He's got those glasses that sometimes slip off his face. Foggy. Hard to see through. Big navy coat, right? That's him.
You could have seen him. Other places.
Well, you told me to give you something small. That's what I got. I haven't... Listen, most of my business has been in Bristol. I've never been to Morley before.
So let me get this straight.
Mm-hmm.
I stop prying about spikes.
Mm-hmm.
I help you find him.
Mm-hmm.
You take him away to outsider knows where. What stops you from running off before you fulfill your end of the bargain?
Actually, I was planning on just telling you right now. And hope that you would be a woman of your word.
It's a lot of trust for someone like you.
It is, but let's just say I've got plenty of insurance.
Tell me.
No, we gotta make the deal first.
I'm saying I'm making the deal. Tell me.
Okay. He's the outsider. But he's an outsider.
What do you mean by an outsider? There's one. That's how it works.
And this is how I knew you didn't know anything. No. There's a lot of them right now.
Where did you come across that information?
What's that?
I've done my research. I've searched every channel I can think of.
Well, listen, there are a bunch of people out there claiming to have an outsider in the void. Most of them are false, but some of them are true. He's an outsider, though. He's neutral. He doesn't seem like the caring person that would try to change the world. At least from what I've heard. I've never met the guy in the void, but I've got reports.
Reports from whom?
Unfortunately, I don't even know that one.
Is that all you know?
I do know his kind of sphere of influence. He tends to mark people with sort of capability of interacting with people, I guess, or people that he deems interesting enough that use that particular skill. That's the whole outsider business nowadays. Not just one, it's many, but with different interests. They're weird. Some of them are fickle. Some of them are strange.
You've given me a lot to think about, Ren.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a woman of my word.
All right.
I'll stay with you and help you find the spikes. And in the meanwhile, if I have any more questions, I'd appreciate it if you'd answer them.
Sure.
And
To the best of my ability.
keep this to yourself, all right?
What do you mean?
I mean, no one else is about to know about my own lack of expertise in the area.
All right. I like it. Keeping your cards close to your chest. Works for me. But I mean, if anybody knows the business of what's going on with the outsiders, they may be able to call your bluff pretty easily. It's
How many are there out there?
as far as I can tell, I think there are at least 5 that my organization knows about. Could be wrong.
All right. A lot of thinking to do.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Ren.
Of course. And I do appreciate the help. I hope this isn't blackmail. It's
not exactly.
I mean,
We'll consider it a partnership for now.
good. Well, hey, if it goes like this last interaction went, we should have the rest of these in no time.
Good night, Ren.
Good night. I'm gonna go with LG and book a room someplace else. You can tell the rest of your friends that. Yeah, we'll find a place.
Well, we'll be around.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna head back.
All right. All right. Would you mind fetching the rest of the folks?
Yeah. Y'all are gonna come in?
You know, sometimes, yeah, you just gotta leave the cookie as C, because KKK is not a good abbreviation.
Apologies for the wait, gentlemen.
Don't worry about it. We're having a conversation.
I heard
About cookies.
enough of that to be interesting.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it.
All right. So, I suppose that the rest of you all would go up into the apartment when eventually Heisel would follow and appear up.
Alright, so we, before as we're going up, would go and check the stuff he left. So he left dust on the door handle to see if anyone tried to get in.
Yep.
And can you check that?
So, yeah, make a quick study check, difficulty 1.
Alright. Oh shoot, no successes.
Yeah, looks to be no one's messed with it.
Alright, Lee is going to pull out his revolver and go in first and make sure everything's clear.
All right.
Sam
Make a
ignores
study
all
check.
this and walks through while he's
So-
doing that.
Well, wait, are you turning the lights on in the room?
I assume.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, study check.
Study check.
Partial successes.
That is 2 successes.
Okay, yeah, there's nobody in here. I was gonna tell you no matter what that you just don't see anything. Yeah, that's
Just nobody.
all good.
Alright. Alright, it's clear. You can come in.
Sap's already in his bed. Like, you hear just. Then,
Oh, the perfect bed. Yeah.
good night.
Was all that checking really necessary?
You never can be too safe.
Mm-hmm.
I guess so. And John's gonna go to his bedroom as well.
Lee is going to go and shut the door, lock it, and then he's going to go push the couch over to a place where he can sit there and sit near the door
Mm-hmm.
and rest there.
All right. There you go. So, are you all heading to bed? Nothing else you're planning to do?
Sad maybe when everyone's quiet goes over to where the wine cellar is.
Lee's
Okay.
going to, can I make a check to see if I can catch him?
go to bed.
Sam's probably just trying to be quiet, so he's not.
Yeah. So do a contested stealth check versus study check.
You ever have one of those
Alright.
moments where all your family has gone to
Move
bed and
quietly.
everyone's said goodnight to each other and all the lights are off, so everyone
That is
going to get a
success.
snack in the
I
middle
think
of the
one
night.
success. Wait.
Like no one wants anyone else to know.
Yes,
there's
one
someone going to get a
success
snack,
also.
but you all
I
will
got
end up at
6.
the fridge.
I
At the same
got
time,
a
like, oh,
11.
Okay.
It's never happened at the
Yeah.
same
Well,
time.
you're taking up a
well, I don't have that many.
nearly defensive position,
I guess it's
and
only half
you would
the
hear
day.
some footsteps in the kitchen.
2 or
Which, to be
3.
fair, that is where Sab's room
Never all
is.
4
So,
hands. But
room.
still,
But,
Lee decides
He's
to
in
Support
get up and go
too.
check, and he walks over to the kitchen and looks in.
Sab walks over to where the wine thing is, and he walks in there.
Lee sees him go in and goes over to the door and stands there in the doorway with his hands on his hips, looking down at him.
young man, it's past your bedtime.
Has Sab noticed any of this?
You're not trying to sneak, but you know what? For the sake of the story, because you lost the contest, you wouldn't notice him until he is in the doorway.
Okay.
He's in the doorway looking.
He's
staring.
like, Sam's taking off like a bottle of wine he's looking at. Oh, hi. Do you know which one of these are super filled with alcohol? Like, burn your insides. Probably also burn if you set it on fire. Let's stick with burn the insides. Fire's not a great thing. Puts it up.
Just saying, there are actual whiskeys in Dishonored that if you throw them against walls, they catch fire. It is the strangest thing. It's just called high proof whiskey, and I'm like, don't think that's how that works,
No.
but
Even Everclear will not do that.
yeah,
Super whiskey.
Unless you have it like the match strike thing,
yeah.
and you throw it just right so that the bottle breaks as it's striking,
Mm-hmm.
and the sparks hit the alcohol.
Yeah,
Maybe.
maybe the Dishonored bottlers use this flint and steel bottle, which is a horrible idea, but
Could be.
Maybe.
It just sparks whenever it breaks.
Alright. So Lee walks up to Sab, takes the bottle, looks at it to see what it is.
it's just a bottle of Tivian Red, 1835. That's pretty old. That's good stuff.
He looks at it and says, Alright, I guess you've earned a small glass.
I don't
May
want
have
to drink it.
small
I just want
glass."
to carry it around with me. He takes off another bottle.
He grabs it out of your hands, puts it back, and says,
Listen, he's not going to use it. Literally, we were around the whole mansion. I heard him talking constantly. Well, not constantly, but like heard mention of I have a wine cellar and I don't use it because all I do is drink apple juice. Takes off another one.
he grabs that one from him and puts it back.
Like you're gonna
Says,
run out of
"Look."
storage space eventually. He takes another one off.
Sab, I'm not taking it away from you because it doesn't belong to you, although it doesn't. I'm taking it away from you because I cannot have a drunken Sebastian. A sober one is bad enough.
I'm not gonna drink it. Maybe a little, but not like enough to like make me lose my mind. I'm a doctorish person.
Somebody
I
put
know
that in
how
quotes
much
and
is
highlights.
helpful.
Lee grabs the bottle from him one last time and says, I will carry it around. I will watch how much you drink.
My goodness.
You may have a small glass tonight. You may have
My
a small
goodness.
glass tomorrow morning.
Okay,
That
okay.
is all.
All right, pop. He leaves. Doesn't take the wine with him. Goes to his bed. I'm
He
going to
puts it all
bed.
back. He puts it all back, goes out, and shuts the door. Is there a way to lock the door?
In the pantry
To lock the wine
or
cellar?
in the cellar? Yeah.
Lee Baron, suddenly you're dad.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. There's a deadbolt on it.
Alright.
No.
Nothing that I can solidly lock it with.
That's correct.
So-
it's not like it's not a key. It's just a.
I'll give you a
Alright.
small
He just shuts it, closes it, and turns to Sebastian and says, If I hear you getting up in the middle of the night, there will be trouble. Behave yourself.
Good night, Dad. Tell Mom I love her. He shuts the door, man.
I will say one quick thing. Anton, are you going to bed?
I'm gonna do the thing that you know about.
Yes.
I'm going to my bedroom.
Okay.
Oh.
Are you ever going to bed tonight? I mean, sleep is. There's no exhaustion levels in this game, but if you don't sleep,
We will create one.
I will create one. That's right.
Probably for a couple hours.
Hmm.
And if he has to suffer negative effects about that, then I am prepared for that.
Well, you know what? The reason I'm asking is because You are just so energized for some reason. It is impossible for you to fall asleep tonight. Whatsoever.
Interesting.
You're just filled with...
Oh no!
Finally, the energy
It's
drink.
caffeine.
No. So it is, if you do try to, like, just close your eyes and fall asleep, it's weird. Your eyes just kind of involuntary just open. Not like you can't blink, but like
Like you
they're
do.
just... Yeah, don't close this for like longer than 10 seconds. We will resist.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
If that doesn't wear off anytime through the course of the night, then I guess I'm not going to sleep.
It does not. Although by the morning, you probably will be very tired. It's a strange thing in that it's... Your body will feel very tired, but just not able to fall asleep. It's a strange thing.
Cool.
So, exhaustion.
Would be kind of like drunkenness.
Kind of. Except it's gonna be very minor for the first day of going without sleep, but there's gonna be something. I will say, +1 to the difficulty of every single check. Now, that sounds like a lot, but my initial plan was to increase the difficulty of every check by 1 dice. So,
This is better than that.
yeah. That would probably be if you go another night without sleep. Yeah.
Ooh.
Here in Dishonored, we want to emphasize that sleep is important to live a healthy life. Thanks
But
for
drugs,
joining us.
that's okay.
But drugs.
said I was gonna live a healthy
Don't do
life?
drugs. This is Void Fiends. It's different.
And don't drink.
Don't drink, apparently.
Man.
All right.
If you're
Welcome to
still
Sunline
drinking,
Vice
at
City.
the same time.
At some point pretty late in the night, I'll on Anton's door. You got a minute?
How late is this?
12:30.
Oh. I suppose he'd be in his room.
Anton, you got a minute?
He's not going to respond.
He's probably sleeping. Isa will leave.
Okay. And is that it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna intrude in this guy's space.
It makes sense. It's a normal judgment to make that I knock at someone's door at 3 a.m. and they don't respond. They're probably asleep. Okay.
Not metagame knowledge tells you that cannot be true.
Look, Heisel Cohen doesn't know that.
You are
All right.
correct.
So,
She does not.
the morning comes, and
She's about to.
3 of you wake up. 1 of you was always awake. So, what would you all like to do today?
I will try and knock on Anton's door again. Hey, you awake yet?
I suppose that's one way to put it.
I'll open the door. I'm carrying 2 cups of tea. You see a couple of the void bean pellets on each saucer. Mind if we have a bit of a talk?
Well, if you opened the door to his room, you would see some things.
Okay. What would I see?
For one, there would be stuff out all over the place. Like notebooks. Painting.
For those of you joining us online, Levi is setting out some of the things that he's been drawing.
So there'd just be like this stuff.
Rolls? Dinner rolls?
Maybe. So there would be that. And just like messily about the room, like you'd been working on it and then just moved to something else without putting anything away. So there'd be like a palette with paint still on it, probably, and like pencils and just stuff right about the room. Is there anything else that you would notice in his room?
don't think so, but message me if I'm forgetting anything.
I'd be happy to make a perception skill check with my brand new focus.
If Levi will allow.
I mean, you can make the check, especially to delay this while I ask a clarifying
Sure.
question.
You know? Sure.
Oh my word. Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask about.
Okay.
Would that be a thing that she would notice?
Hold on. Just confirm with me what I just messaged.
Okay.
That'll be 2 successes for whoever
Oh,
is
no.
the determiner of that.
Well, it's not very hidden. In fact, when you walk into Anton's room, you don't even have to look for it. It comes to you.
What is it?
You would hear a very low woof woof as this very, very fluffy, this huge dog just comes up right next to you and just sits down right in front of you
Points worth every
and is just looking up at you.
Does he hear this?
Yeah,
It's
it's
sad
a
to hear
big,
this.
bellowy, low woof. It's a dog.
Hazel, still carrying the 2 like saucers, is just gonna like kind of like put them down on whatever table is nearby.
Lee
And
rushes into the room, gun in hand, looking for the noise.
it's just a dog.
You guys
Oh,
all
shit.
hear something going
Sebastian!
clanging in the. You hear something already going banging against things in the kitchen, and
Anton?
just hearing "Ow! Ow! Son of the outset! Ow!" And then he's heading in.
Where did the dog come
Aaron
from?
could-
Sebastian!
Yeah, he comes in. Can I roll
You had
for
a busy night.
movement, swiftly, acrobatics
Did
to
you sleep?
slide in next to the dog and just like put my arms around it?
I didn't sleep.
Where'd
Sure,
you get the
make
dog?
it quick.
All right.
This is
Yeah, that's
something
definitely
that
2
wasn't
successes.
specific.
Okay, yeah, you do it.
He lowers his gun
What about
and yells,
Megan?
Sebastian!
I don't have an exact answer
Oh.
to that.
Hello.
Well, Hazel's asking,
Who are you?
where'd you get the dog?
Why?
I guess I left the apartment last night and I came back with a dog. There he is.
I'm surprised you couldn't best bear it.
I would say there is a reason I did not ask you to make a study check.
Okay.
There's just no way you could have heard him. So yeah.
So yeah. I also did
What's
some drawings, and if you
all
want to look
this?
at any of it, that's fine.
Are you okay by any chance?
Well,
It's a very dark drawing that Heisel is looking at right now.
It has like
I'm a little-
shadowy outlets of
Silhouettes
people.
of people.
Silhouettes of
Yeah.
I'm a little tired. I was letting out feelings more than creating, as much as that goes.
He's going to walk up to Anton and stand very close to his face and say, "How did you get out and where did you go last night?"
I went to get a dog.
I can see that. Where did you get him and why did you bring him here?
I wanted a dog, I guess.
Right, start with this question. Where did you find him?
I found him out in the city somewhere.
Where?
Late at night.
It's a very cloudy. You don't really
You just
remember
found him.
much.
You just found him.
I guess so. Let me check my pockets. Anything in my pockets?
well. I mean, it's how much money did you have left?
I had 64 Morley banknotes.
Okay. Well, now you have 20.
I suppose I bought him.
How did you get past me?
I don't know. I was a bit. Well, it's ironic that you brought forth being. 'Cause I had a bit of that, to be honest.
Make a deception check.
One success.
Okay. You don't have to contest it if you want, but if any of you,
I mean, Lee's going to try to contest that.
So
yeah.
passively too.
What's a little bit
Lee
mean?
gets one success.
One
means
success.
One
Yeah.
success. What was the score?
4.
4. Okay.
4 also.
A little bit. Maybe a little bit more than a little bit.
How much did you have?
I had a lot. Okay.
You remember when I told Boss Darrigan that it's a good idea to keep someone around while you take?
Well, it turns out you might be right about that. Ended up with the dog, but that's not a problem.
It's
I'm
not
not
a
happy
problem.
about that part.
It's
I guess
not a
that's been
problem.
wanting one anyway.
Not as happy that I didn't manage to get any sleep.
Mr. Blackburn.
By the way, the last page of that is the other thing. So
The cipher. Yeah. So
it
don't
won't
turn the
exist.
page.
Oh, okay.
You
Oh,
can
right
turn
after
the
this?
page, just don't turn once you get to the fully black one.
Okay.
Speaking of which, for those of you outside of session, and for reference, for posterity's sake, because of the sake of time, I actually did send another radio transmission that the party would have picked up on their way back to Sunline. One of my players has already cracked it, but we'll see if that ever plays a part. But that's just what they're referring to as of now.
So Lee yells at Anton. That wasn't a problem. You went out into the streets. You were completely out of control, out of your mind, and someone could easily have followed you back. So
I wasn't
you
in
could
my
have
right mind, but I was in my mind.
He said, "You are not taking any more void feeding on your own. You are only to do it under the Lee Cohen's supervision. I want
I
you to
don't
give me
know
everything
when
you
someone
have."
said that you have any control over that, but you don't. The law
Lady
doesn't have
Cohen.
anything to do with that, and it's
Mr.
not your
Barrett?
business to be her guard dog.
This might have gotten a bit out of hand.
Probably won't do. It didn't work out. It turns out, so I probably won't do this again anyway.
Would the two of you give Anton and I a moment?
He says, or Lee nods, and
I'll handle
That's
this,
how
Mr.
it
Barrett. Don't worry.
Where are you right now, Anton? Like in the room?
You were in his
Right. Yeah.
room.
Where? Like, are you like still in bed? Are you like up?
I'm like sitting on the bed.
Okay. All right. At about this time, the dog, which is a Tivian bear hunting dog, would just jump up on top of the bed and just completely plop out right in front of your lap.
I will pet the dog.
There you go. No roll for that.
No roll to pet the dog.
No roll. That's right.
So happy.
Mm-hmm.
that's good. It bites your arm off.
Anton,
Yeah.
why'd you take so much void fiend last night that you don't even remember what happened? You're better than this, aren't you?
I'd never had a night like last night before, and the fact that I just had so much just handy. It was a bad decision, but I made it.
Well, that much is clear. You really gave Barrett a run for his money.
I think he needs to loosen up a little anyway.
Well, I think he might do that when he starts being a bit more comfortable around us.
I mean, at least for the trip back, I didn't lead anyone here that this dog wouldn't have had something to do with. Someone tried to jump me on the way back. Hope the dog would have helped. I don't know.
I'm just I'm a bit worried for you. You know?
What about?
Is this going to become a habit?
No. I don't think not sleeping at all during the night is pleasant. Turns out.
Anton, we were in a bit of danger yesterday. Were you okay with that? Is that what's happening here?
What I signed up for. I said I would do it. I would do it again. I'm not good in those situations, though.
But I know for me, I've got my own motivations for it. You are just tagging along. I guess that's what I wanted to talk to you about, actually. Yeah, here, and I'm gonna take one of the saucers, kind of slip the void bean off the off the plate, and hand him the tea.
You'll take
This
the
is
tea.
important. What kind of tea?
We're gonna go with Earl Grey. Kind of basic, but
Wrong decision. You all die. The end.
ah,
No.
Explodes.
good game.
Well,
That particular one, Bergamot has the bad reaction with void bean. So he's gonna sip the tea.
And why are you helping us?
I have things that I'm looking around for. I'm doing art and all that, but it's much more chance of success of finding what you're looking for when you're with the Lady Augur, I suppose.
It depends on what you're looking for. Can I help you with it?
I don't know.
Well, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for a few things.
If a dog was one of them.
Well, there's a thing over there, and there's a thing over there on the dresser, and there's a thing here in my hand. You're gonna have to be a bit more specific.
It's very complicated.
Have a good time. I can help you if you're looking for help.
I'm not much one for words.
Well, could you show me? Or are you looking for people then? After he gestures to his stuff.
Maybe. I don't know.
How do you not know what you're looking for?
Like I said, it's complicated. There's multiple forms it could take, whatever. Looking for something that'll... I don't know what it is.
Do you know why you're looking for it?
Just feel like I have to.
How did you find out about it then? Is that a better question?
Just stuff from my past. Known about it. Decided to try to find it. Turns out it's kind of tough.
Well, you know me. I've got my contacts. I could ask people to help you if you tell me exactly what it is you're looking for, if you can put it into words.
It's a bit hard to explain.
I've got time.
It's harder than that.
Well, give me the best stab you got. It's okay if you need to clarify after that.
You know how there's some very different sorts of things in life.
Sure.
If you look at your past, you think, how could those things have been all part of the same thing?
How are they all part of the same life?
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's kind of what I'm looking for. It's not the only thing, but that's the main bit of it.
What are the things that feel different then?
All of it.
Different from now or different from each other?
Different from all the rest. Now always feels like it's normal because it's happening.
And you and I in a room, sipping tea doesn't seem so terribly strange, does it?
No,
Will it later?
probably not this.
How about on the ship with Boss Darrigan? Will that feel strange?
Maybe in a different way.
Or going on Void Fiend trips? Is that the sort of weird?
Helps not feel like it's all so weird. What already happened.
And you think that there's something out there that can help you make it feel normal?
I don't know. I hope there is. Just don't know what that would look like.
Is that what all this is, then? Trying to imagine what could be like?
And trying to remember. Some of it's not even related, but it was all a mix last night. Try to remember what this person looked like. Can't.
Who is the person?
Someone I knew, someone taught me some things. It's been a while.
Or are they still out there?
I don't know.
Do you remember who they were?
Well, not much more than that they taught me some of what I knew. I assume they must have been an artist of some kind. Not your average one, though.
How so?
They had more to teach.
More
You
to
know how
teach
it
than
is
just
with
art.
art. Everybody has their own style.
Sure.
You can pick up on it, it can help you.
Well, I can't promise I understand all that. But I'll try. Do you think that traveling with me will help you figure it out what it is that you're looking for?
That's the hope.
Do you mind if I ask why you hope that?
You have a knack for knowing, I suppose. That's the main problem. I don't know. Maybe if I travel with you, I'll figure it out. Find what I couldn't find. Been trying for a little while. Not constantly, but
Was that why you came to Pandysia?
that's one of the reasons. Thought there wasn't anything back on the Isles. Turns out, not necessarily anything here either. But at least it's different. Haven't explored it all yet.
Well, I'm sort of drawing a blank on the knowing this time, but
If you ever figure it out, let me know.
of course, and I'll look for an answer in the void,
Sure.
as always.
If you ever saw that guy, I don't know what he looked like to show you or anything.
If I ever see an artist, I'll tell you.
Or any place where there's just no light.
No light.
Ever been underground or something? You just can't see anything. Is that what the void's like?
It's a lot like the void's like. Just dark everywhere. And
You can't see?
you can see some things. Islands floating around, sometimes whales in the distance. Sometimes other things. From the tales, at least. Have you seen the void?
I don't know. Don't think so.
Well, most people haven't. Anton, if you want to continue traveling with us, I'd advise trying to befriend Mr. Barrett. I know it's a small thing, but
Well, I don't suppose this particular note was the best for that.
maybe not the best note, but
Try to be better. As far as I understand, the dog might be more helpful as added protection or just prevention of anyone figuring
I don't
they
think the
could
dog's
get
the
away with
problem.
anything, you know.
sure.
People see a big dog, they don't think I could get away with anything. It's a big dog in the way.
It's a the very big dog. I think Seb might try to take it off your hands.
Well, I did pay for him, so I'm gonna have to keep it.
You paid for him.
Apparently,
What made you say that?
I have less money now.
Well, I don't think the dog's the problem. I think Mr. Barrett's just worried that he didn't hear you leave.
I don't know how he didn't hear me leave. Was he just asleep and he's a heavy sleeper and he doesn't realize that?
Well, I wasn't watching him. I don't know.
What if he doesn't make you just super quiet, does it?
Never heard of anything like that. Never felt it when I've taken.
Maybe his ears are just going and he doesn't know it yet.
Best not tell him that.
Well, I won't.
Just, if you need anything, or if you come up with a better way to say any of the things that you're trying to say, I'm here.
Thanks for that.
I'll get you the silver graph later. I think we're gonna head out at some point today.
I'd appreciate that. Be very interesting to know what he looks like.
Yeah,
What was wrong?
I'd appreciate it. Be nice to see your rendition.
He's the only outsider?
There's only ever been one outsider.
So he keeps all of the abilities. He hasn't figured out how to give anyone else yet.
Only the bits and pieces I get. That's why I'm out here.
It's a far cry from what he used to be.
I know, but I don't remember when the outsider was first instated. I don't think any of us could. Maybe it was the same way with him.
Suppose so.
Anyway, it's the way of things now. I suppose all we can do is just try and help.
Not sure how I would help with that, but
Well, that's my job, not yours.
I appreciate that much.
Yeah. Get some rest before we leave if you can.
If I can.
And
I
I'll
don't need to sleep at all.
just kind of put your book back down and take the other cup of tea and leave.
All right. So, the day is young for you all. Are there any plans you guys have today?
Yeah.
Yep. I think because Saf has not been told otherwise, he has went out into the front of the building basically and looked for a spot that he could do some practicing in, and basically like an alleyway or like a little like box scenario where people leave their trash or something.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, is there
Yeah.
any of those around?
Yeah, there's an alley right next to the building itself that
Looking at it with the light.
where Hazel had her conversation with Run yesterday, but you don't know that.
Okay. So Sav goes down there, and he's basically takes his coat, puts it on something, or just puts it on the ground. Maybe
There's probably like a fire escape that you could possibly hang it on, or like a ladder.
just kind of at the wall a little bit, puts it up. Okay. And then just kind of starts doing some practicing there, basically.
Does Lee hear this or see him?
Are you going stealthily?
Not going stealthily.
Okay. Yeah, you see him duck out.
Can you see the building clearly from the alley? Or can you
It is the building. It's just a side of it.
can you keep an eye on the entrance from that alley? Or it's like keep it secure enough that if anyone tried to get in, Lee would be able to easily hear it or see it.
Is this a page I can't turn fast? Is
Yes,
this the
I
page
think
can't
so.
turn fast?
Yeah.
Okay. So Lee follows behind him and sees him hang up his coat. What do you think you're doing?
Sab kind of like, he like, I don't know, he has his hand up and his other hand kind of close to him, and he just looks back, practicing. He starts like doing these like punching the air moves.
What are you practicing?
Like knees the air. Fighting. Just walking in circles.
By yourself?
Okay, so it's not. All right, so it's not the best. Okay, fine, Mr. Smarty Pants. I turn back to him. Come on, it is the put him up. We don't have to go super hard. I'm just trying to figure out some things.
Lee looks down, thinks for a second, and then he takes his coat off and hangs it over the railing right next to Sab's coat and walks over.
We have healed from all hurts from the other night, right?
Yeah.
He also takes his armor off that he was wearing.
Oh.
You might
Okay.
wanna leave that on.
All right. Are you all? Both of you took points at brawling, right?
Yep.
This level.
Mhm.
Awesome. So this works out great. So.
Technically, not yet. Or wait.
Oh. Okay. But you will do
Not
it.
yet,
Yeah.
XP.
All right. So. How do you guys want to do this? If you want, we can just have one contest, or we can have like a full-out fight that's several attack rolls and defense rolls and whatnot, and there'll be one victor. Or is this just sparring with no upper hand for either?
Sab's just trying to check out some stuff. He's running some things by his memory and some things. So he's kind of just like doing that, but things might get picked up. And
Okay.
we'll probably at
It's
some point.
less a fight and just not trying to hurt each other, but also trying to test each other a little bit.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
see where the
It's
other
sparring.
person is.
All right. This will not determine the victor, but both of you go ahead and make a fight check, probably boldly.
Mhm. We'll play.
It is one success and one critical success.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Let's see. That is 2 successes.
Okay.
Sab goes to throw a punch.
All right.
Well, it does seem like, definitely seems like Barrett knows his stuff.
So he catches his arm, grapples his arm, and gets him into an arm lock, and then jabs at Sebastian's face with his other hand.
Okay.
I'm just testing my abilities. Punch him in the
He's
face.
not throwing
Yeah,
a
they're
super,
not
a super
throwing it.
heavy
It's
punch.
more just like I just got you.
Okay, right. Yeah.
It's like a light tap, just like, hey, I got you.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Well,
Deck him.
well, that was really good. Try something. Right.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna see if I can somehow. So he's got my arm. So he's just gonna see if he can contort his body and try and hit him or
Okay.
throw him or something like that.
Fight contest then.
Fight contest. So what would that be for me? Fight or check or?
Yeah, fight as well for you.
I'm gonna do forcibly. Okay.
Boldly
that's 2
brawling.
successes.
All right, that is one success for me.
Okay, and you respond, and now you've got the upper hand. Got him
Alright.
on his toes.
I agree. I have my arm.
Have I seen that one
I
yet?
like
I don't think you.
Sab contorts and kind of hits you with his like shoulder and just kind of like does like a like almost like he's trying to put you into like a fireman's hold, but he just kind of hits you and then like pulls back and then like like does like a slow just like towards your face and then brings it back.
Lee backs off and gets him into a fighting stance. Puts his hands up.
Sab's like, okay, wait a second, put them out like this.
Focusing on the wrong one.
Sab walks forward, like does this thing. He puts his hand there, looks at the guy's feet. Scratched in the dirt. Okay. All right. With that, Sab steps back. All right. I'm ready. Hit me. Hard. Just once.
Lee goes up and tries to throw a right jab.
Commission for 400 Morlean banknotes crossed out for the boss's portrait.
Alright.
Kind of lost that.
Yeah.
Fight boldly.
Can I do a fight
Owen?
swiftly? Throw a quick jab.
Yeah, you can.
Would I go quickly too?
If you want to apply that, yes.
Okay, swiftly. I guess.
That is 2 successes.
That is probably. Let me see. That is no successes.
Holy shit. Hits him right in the nose.
Alright. And I did say hard.
Yes,
So
he hit him pretty decently.
Okay.
Like, not full force, but enough possibly to draw a little blood.
Okay. All right. I won't say there's any stress points for that.
well, that didn't work at all. Okay. One more try. Alright. Alright. We're going another shot at this.
Wait,
That's gonna try.
Sap's gonna try to
Yeah,
punch.
Sap's gonna try. He probably is a little upset, so he just kind of throws something.
He's gonna try to, yeah.
Alright, Sab will go boldly so I can try and get the charm. Okay.
2 successes.
Alright, let's see. I know there's 1 success. Yes, 2 successes.
Whoa.
14 and 5.
13 and 6.
I don't know if you crack that code. You're gonna.
So,
Yes.
14 and 5, 13 and 6.
Oh boy. Okay. There's rules for this. So who was the aggressor?
He was.
Okay. I'm afraid that he's gonna win now. Then.
Sab goes in to throw a punch and probably try and block, and you kind of hit his arm, but like he kind of is able to just kind of push through, and he just kind of hits you a little bit in the chest.
Lee staggers back a little bit.
All right.
Just about actually right after that, someone would approach the alley. I'm not gonna make you roll a study check. You'd see him immediately. In this kind of this cream uniform with a white patrol cap, and he just says, "Hello, what's all this then? Back alley brawl."
Just beginning in the morning with a bit of old gentleman's boxing, if you don't know what I mean.
Sebastian, shut up. Nothing but a friendly brawl.
A friendly brawl.
A bit of sparring, you could say.
Make a persuasion check. I mean, you're literally in an alley beating each other up.
This is true.
All right.
I mean, better here than indoors, though.
Yeah, I mean, then, yeah.
All right. Talk carefully, I guess.
Yeah.
2 successes.
All right, well, keep it friendly then. And he just walks off.
Probably all I need.
Why do you mimic every accent that you run
Because
into?
Sab does that. He's been around the place. Anyway, so Sab puts on his coat. He probably jumps up to grab the fire escape and does like a few like chin-ups and then like drops down. You did pretty good, Lee. Maybe you'll like make something of yourself one day. A bit of a fighter, you know? He walks away.
Wow. He says, maybe if you learn to use your mouth that way, in your speech a bit more tempered, you'd be able to, actually have a chance at becoming someone.
Sab turns. Hey, that's what I got Eisel for.
All right. There we go. So you all take your points in brawling, respectively.
Mhm.
It was a good fight. Yeah.
Sab also gains 1 survival, so he is.
Okay. All
he is
right.
5.
Wait,
so.
we get those temporary bonus points you're talking about, or is that in several days of practice?
I'm not going to do anything right now, but I do know that some of you, or actually both of you, are spending experience on
Yeah.
brawling anyways.
Yeah.
So you can just go ahead and do that. I'm not going to be like, it's not going to be temporary. But if you just like keep this up and continuously practice this sort of thing, then I can grant you experience specifically for that purpose.
Yeah.
If you are declaring you're practicing anything. This is less of like I trust you guys not to purely just like maximize whatever stats you have.
Mhm.
But like if you really feel like your character, and your character would know this as well, wants to learn how to do something, and you don't necessarily have experience to spend it on immediately, then you can practice for that sort of thing.
Mhm. Yeah.
I do like story considerations, but I trust you guys with that.
Yeah, and a bit of it is just kind of like I just gave Sab his brawling uptake during the fight because that was kind of
Yeah,
way to do that. And Sab just kind of naturally does training, so it's not necessarily gonna
gotcha.
build him more.
Right, yeah. Yep.
Anyway, Sab heads inside and he goes to Heisel's room.
Hey, come on in.
Oh, hey Heisel. Do you have Emil's journal? I was gonna copy some stuff down from it.
Yeah, sure. I think I'm on here somewhere. And I'll go down into my bag and fiddle through some stuff. I kind of wanted to throw it out, but there were some interesting notes in there about some different projects he was working on.
Hmm.
I just didn't feel comfortable throwing it away until we had some to look at it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm probably gonna write those down. Grabs it.
Why the curiosity?
Tinkering. I like it. He
Oh, you
was
mentioned
good
that
at it.
a while back, I think. You any good?
No.
You have
Pretty,
seen his mask that he made, though.
pretty basic. This took ting ting.
Oh, you
You
mean
have it on right now?
No, he probably pulls out.
Okay.
This ting ting took he looks at it and you just kind of tell that there's been a lot of time on this mask, and it's not like a oh yes, I worked so hard and poured my soul. It's like I tried so long and I can't believe it worked. Could never get the bottom part, but I mean it works. Just the
It's pretty
teeth had to
intimidating.
be longer. Anyway, puts it back in his coat. I'm gonna go with this.
Sure.
So then Sap starts basically transferring the journal, kind of everything he can, to his notes,
Okay.
and he is desperately trying to understand any tinkering that is involved, and he's just doing this
All right.
somewhere in the house.
Make a brief tinker check.
Cleverly.
Did any of us notice him doing that?
Well, Heisel certainly would, but I believe this was in her room.
Well,
so.
he left the room. He's like out.
If you're in public, then
I probably would
not hiding it.
stop him before he leaves, though, real quick.
Oh. Oh.
You remember when I said that we were going to go to, we were going to Mikhail's house today?
Oh, okay. That
It
works.
is probably about like 9:30 right now.
Did I tell you about who his neighbor is?
No.
Are the dinner rolls on the metaphorical table?
I don't know what that means.
Like, is the deal on?
He wants a roll.
Is it still on the table?
There are
Yeah.
votes.
I was gonna say, are they on the
You're
table?
giving
right?
them
You
out
probably
right
would
now.
have said yes. They're on the table right now.
You remember the list you gave me?
And then I had
Oh,
to
yeah.
Google what a metaphorical table was.
Do you
'cause I
remember
was
the person
still
at the bottom of the
no,
list,
they're
Sherry,
on the literal
too?
table. So it's the same.
Yep.
problem.
We're going to pay her a visit today.
Oh, so she's. Oh, that's weird. Weird. Okay.
Bit of a coincidence, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll figure stuff out. Let me work on this first.
Sure. Are you going to be ready to see her?
What do you mean, see her?
I mean, don't you want to go over there? Isn't that why you got the list?
I don't want to talk to her, Heisel.
She's, you know who she is, right?
Yes, I know who she is.
A
You
doctor.
did not. Okay, she's a doctor.
She helps people.
Lee or Emil
You're
was a
not-
doctor. Your
You're
point?
not going over there to kill her, are you?
No, I'm not going over there to kill her. That would
What
be
are you-
dumb.
What are you going over there to do?
We're just listen. I'm just gonna head over. I'm just gonna pop into her house for a little while, and then I'll pop out, and we'll be all good.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go in, and I'm gonna search for information on the other people, and then I'm just gonna leave. Okay?
Correction. We're going to go in there, search for information, and we'll leave.
correction of correction. You're like a cult, so if she sees you, she's gonna know that you're with me, and apparently you know everyone in Pandacia.
Not everyone.
Okay, you know most of people in
Not most
Pandacia.
of people. Just many people know. That's all.
Many people know who you are. And to be honest, Heisel, you're not exactly someone that I would forget, nor would pretty much anyone else.
Thanks. I think.
Yeah, okay.
What does that have to do with
Also,
helping you sneak around?
the opposite. All right, here's the thing, Heisel. I need you to not go into the house with me because I need you to go into the house when Sherry 2 is in there. Because
You want
in
me to
case...
distract her?
No, I want you to go talk to her. If, like, let's be honest. Either A, she has information in her house, and so then I can get the information and then find everyone else, or she has it in her brain, and I don't think she wants to talk to me right now. So she's gonna talk to you.
So I'm plan B, not the distraction.
Yes. She's gonna probably be at the clinic anyway, so she's not even gonna be there.
And what happens if she is there?
Yeah, I'm sneaky.
Sebastian, what happens if you come face to face with her?
Possibly she wakes up a little bit later than expected, but like, you know, nothing permanent.
This is a place we're trying to stay for a bit.
Yes.
If you knock out a prominent citizen, might be a problem.
I mean, listen, we either do this now or we do it later. So like we're going down there today, right? So pop on in, less suspicious. People have a reason why we're there. We're not just like showing up randomly. So
Just be careful. Be diplomatic. Don't make this worse on us. Right?
yeah,
And you're not gonna kill her.
no, I'm not gonna kill her. Don't worry about it. She's a doctor.
Insight.
She's doing good stuff.
All right. Persuasion, deception, whatever applies.
All right. Talk clever, I suppose. 2 successes.
2 successes, one of them, or it was a critical.
So what were your success?
8 and a 4.
And what was your critical?
And mine was a 2, which is a critical because of my focus.
This is a hard issue. I'm gonna say for all future rolls where something like this comes up, a critical would succeed. So criticals are the best, even if there are 2 regular successes against it. So
it's a success by a thin margin. I'll let you do with that what you want.
Okay. Sab's being hard to read right now, but you're kind of getting like, you're not getting murder death vibes.
Okay.
You're not like getting like, this is my, you know, this is what I'm going to do is go murder her. But you're not super sure
right,
of
it's
what
not Jared
is
Valentine
going...
saying.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
just
not.
gonna,
It's
I'm just
not
gonna go
Jared
feed the prisoner,
Valentine,
you
but
know?
it's kind of Emil of like, okay, this guy's a little sketchy, but like, he's not Jared Valentine. I know that, which is good.
Just, Sebastian, you're smart.
Thank you.
You know that if we're trying to stay here, getting us in trouble would be a big problem, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna play it safe,
Mm-hmm.
and you're gonna do nothing that Mr. Barrett could call you out on if he heard about it. He's a good standard for this.
Nothing that he would know about. Yes.
It's not what I asked. If you were to lay out your plan to Mr. Barrett,
Listen, my lifestyle is not connected to Mr. Barrett. All right, he's not congruent with him. So
if you laid out the plan to me, would I have a problem with it?
no, I don't think so. I mean, I might wear the mask, which,
That's fine.
okay.
Actually, it's probably better.
All right.
Okay. Good man. We'll head down there in just a minute. Just going to get the other two.
Okay.
You all set? Ready to go?
I'll have to do this first.
Just come get me when you're ready then.
Okay. So Sab heads into the other room and he starts probably on a couch, I guess. Starts writing the thing. He got one tinker check. How's he doing?
He's doing fine. It's copying things. And from what I've read, Emil's notebook isn't like big in shorthand or anything like that. It's not
It's not encoded or.
right. It's very clear, given the fact that it was very damning.
Yeah. The only things that might be confusing, unless you were just copying them as exactly as you possibly could, are any of the diagrams.
Right. So that would be a little hard. But I will say, with one success, it takes a lot of time, but you do manage to pull it off.
Sab is just complaining under his breath as he keeps having to like re-sketch something because it just is not working. But he's getting there slowly.
There you go. All right. So, what's next on the docket for you guys?
Once everyone's ready, we're heading down to Mikhail's house, I think, unless
And is
everyone
that
else
everybody that's gone?
has something more pressing.
I don't have anything more pressing.
Ren's not going with us, right?
Mm.
Thank
Okay.
No,
goodness.
she is not around right now.
That's good.
It's good.
You guys do not like her, yeah.
Don't mind Ren. Probably don't want her around when I'm gonna break into a house.
That's fair. No.
Don't know what to think of Ren.
Just mad at Ren.
Don't know.
Don't like her.
I don't know.
Don't trust her.
Ren fails the vibe check. It's just
Yeah, we're heading to Mikhail's.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Okay. So, to get to Sevian's Watch, which is where Mikhail said his house was, you are going to take another cable car down, but instead of going down into the port, which is what you guys have been doing so far, you're going down on the western side of the heights itself, going down the mountain. Out of Sevian's Watch, you would see a road just traveling on and on and on into Pandisia. That's probably the road that, if you want to get inland, that's pretty much the only way to go. But you also would see that going into this neighborhood, this whole area, it's not completely like this, but you would be able to see from the air that a lot of it looks like shanty towns. Nothing too nice, but there are some buildings that look, modest, but nothing extravagant. Nothing like the Heights, that's for sure. Yes.
Do I have any trouble with the dog?
Oh, you're taking the dog with you?
Yeah. I'm not leaving him in his.
Good idea.
apartment the entire time. That might be worse.
That'd definitely be worse.
Yeah.
He's probably been in for like half the night anyway.
Yeah, the dog seems to be pretty loyal. You don't know exactly why. You just paid for the thing, but no collar, no leash, no nothing. It just seems to be by your side. Must be this particular breed of dog is just... Maybe there's something that happened in your Void Fiend-addled mind that you can't seem to remember. Some sort of the owner saying, this is your new owner, stand by his side, something like that. You have no idea. But the dog is standing by you.
Lee's going to whisper to Heisel, "You sure you want the dog coming along?"
Well, we can always ask Mikhail when we get there, but I don't think he'll have a problem with it or anything.
All right. You say so.
Are you worried about the dog, Mr. Barrett?
We don't know where the dog is from. We don't know anything about it.
We don't know where it's
Dog.
been. It might have rabies.
We don't know how well Mr. Blackburn can control it and keep it under control.
Well, listen. If the dog pulls a gun on me, there's no one I trust more than you.
Insight to see if that was sarcastic.
I won't even roll.
Let's see. It'd be study or talk.
Talk.
Yeah. All right. That is 2 successes.
It is sarcastic. Mr. Barrett, it's fine. The dog isn't going to be a threat to me.
Lee just turns the other way and ignores her and starts walking with a step
Oh,
or two
come on,
behind.
come on. I wasn't trying to be like. There's no one in the canine kingdom who has it out for me.
There's nothing more to say, Miss Cohen. I will take your word for it.
I hope I didn't ruffle any feathers, Mr. Barrett.
It does
It
not
was a
matter.
it was a tease.
He says, "It's all right. There's no problem."
Have you given the dog a name, Anton?
Have I?
Now that you can remember.
Well, I don't remember giving him a name. I guess if I were to give him a name right now, it'd be Bill.
Bill?
That was a bad name. Do Sokolov.
That'd be confusing.
No, you'd be Anton, you'd be Sokolov. It'd be perfectly normal.
Sort of a long
Well,
name for a dog, don't you
I'll
think?
name him Bill Sokolov. And I'm Anton Blackburn. He's Bill Sokolov. You can just call either of us whichever one you want.
Your relationship with names sort of confuses me, Anton.
What do you mean?
Just that.
Please tell me you are not naming your dog Bill Sokolov.
I am now.
Yes.
Okay.
Gonna make a
Bill
note of
then.
that. Bill.
Well, you know what? Darn it, my dog's name was Bill, so that works.
It's like William.
Yeah,
William.
Billiam.
Yes.
All right. So, you all are in Sevian's Watch. Roads are paved, but a bit less. They're not cobbled like they were in the Heights. I will say, for one thing, you all cut... I'm not normally going to be imposing, like, food rules on you all, but for flavor, you all did cut dinner last night, so you guys are hungry. So, you're on your way to breakfast, or breakfast and break-in. Doesn't seem the nicest, but again, you've seen a lot worse, especially on the docks of Bryampton. Looks to be a lot of miners and factory workers that are here. But eventually, Mikhail would have told you where to find his house. It stands out. It is painted yellow. It's a single, small, one-story house that's painted yellow, and it looks like it's been painted rather recently. But there are a couple more basic-looking houses around it.
That's the place. So I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna...
1 minute! Okay, and...
He goes and stands up at the ready with his hand on his pistol, right next to Heisel.
It's Mikhail. He's not gonna hurt me.
I know, but he might not be the only one in the house.
Alright, if it makes you feel safer.
And at about this time, you would see Mikhail open the door, just a smile on his face, and then immediately he looks down and just says, "Puppy!" And he goes immediately right down onto his knees, and I will make him roll a check.
A puppy check.
A puppy check.
Oh no.
Yeah!
No.
One's a failure, one is a critical failure.
Oh,
no.
Mikhail, no.
Okay, so he probably goes... You know how when you pet a dog, you're not supposed to start with the face. You're supposed to do, like, the back and maybe behind the ears. He just goes straight to, like, boop its nose. And the dog just retaliates.
no.
And he bites him. So, Bill does, that is.
Bill.
Fuck Bill.
No, it's a good idea. I'll stand by this until I die.
Ah!
15 XP on this dog, and I love it.
That's a well, he's a good guard dog.
Bill Sokolov, that is not the way you treat people who are.
Bill Sokolov?
Well, yes.
That's his
That
name?
was decided a couple minutes ago, I guess.
It was a collaborative effort.
That is
I
a
wasn't
name.
involved in that collaborative effort.
does not seem like the kind of thing you would come up with, Lady Ogre. Well, please come in, come in. And he's gonna show you. Oh,
He's gonna step in first ahead of Heisel and go in first.
the room is full of armed men. No.
Barrett was right. It's all dogs with guns.
It's the dog mafia. The mafia. Okay. It's a compact house. Honestly, this room itself half of it would probably be the living room. Again, it's single floor. There's no basement. There would be, you walk in and there's this front room parlor. There would be the master bedroom to the right, and then there's like a kitchen, bathroom, laundry, all in this back area right there. And so there's probably like a couch and 2 chairs in the front room. Okay, I'll be right back with breakfast. Please make yourself at home. It's not much, but
It's great.
it's home.
Did you do the painting?
Oh, on the outside?
Yeah.
Yes, that was me.
Suits you.
Mm-hmm. Of course it does. And he is going to go back into the kitchen, come back with some breakfast. I don't know what it'd be. Probably eggs. I don't know. Jellied eels or something. Sorry, they're just everywhere in Dishonored. Probably some fruit as well. Dishonored is big on fruit, thankfully. And he would set out some coffee, tea, and a manuscript in front of you, Heisel. Okay.
Is this it?
Yes,
it
this is
material?
it. This is my main draft.
Okay. What do I need to know before I read it?
Nothing. It's self-contained. There's no extra stuff in it. Oh no, my dice.
I will take it instead of taking breakfast, and I'll just start pouring through it.
Okay. I do not have any specific excerpts written of it, but you crack open the Tears of the Constant Sea, which is about Prince in exile Nikolsky Artyemovich, who has fallen in love with a humble blacksmith, Vera Dearton. The two pursued an idyllic romance, but then civil war broke out. With the princes in exile returning to Tivia, Artyemovich's loyalties are divided, longing for a safe Tivia. Dearton is forced to travel to Pandyssia for safety, but the two promise to rejoin eventually. Both lovers are constantly flirted with by people in their respected areas, and at one point, the prince even shows weakness to a Morlian countess active in the Tivian Civil War, Countess
no.
Faraday. In a moment of character growth, the prince realized that Tivia is a people, not a place, and abandons the fruitless civil war and the charms of the countess, traveling to Pandyssia to reunite with his love. The conflict is not over, however, as it is revealed that the countess is actually playing both sides of the civil war to prolong the conflict. Once the prince leaves for Pandyssia, she leaks his location to High Council forces, who will inevitably send assassins after him. And that is where it leaves off.
So as you guys are talking and having breakfast and stuff, I'm just kind of like flipping through it. And about like half an hour in, I slam the manuscript down. You've written more, right? You've written more.
Well, I have other drafts for the future, but those aren't out yet.
Can I get a sneak peek? You can't just end it there.
No, this is where I put foot down. I'm sorry. You'll just have to wait like everybody else. If you want to be my editor, then just apply like the rest.
Has our friendship meant so little?
Oh, it means the most, Lady Ogre, but I do not show preferential treatment. The story must be developed. Like, what if it's something bad? It needs to be revised. Give it time. Plus, you need to hear it on the radio. They have actors. Actors!
They've got actors playing your parts?
Yes, they do. It's excellent, and they have sound effects. There's one man with a balloon that can make like 50 noises with it.
This is everything I wanted this to be and more. It's
This is
incredible.
very good.
Sab has been like tucking into a lot of food.
Mm-hmm. There is a lot of it. He's prepared a lot.
Yeah.
He also brings out chocolate, which not a breakfast thing, but he was just like, chocolate's a good idea. So
Sab probably has not touched the chocolate. He picks up the book. It's probably not. Can't be.
We take it away from him.
Wait, give me the... Wash your hands first. Come on. This is my main copy.
Wash my hands.
Ah.
Alright. It's probably not even worth
He
it.
wipes some crumbs off of it.
Sab like washes it, comes back. It's probably not even worth it.
Did you dry?
Pretty good.
He's holding it and he opens it.
Grabs his coat and just like there, happy.
All right.
He looks at the first 2 pages.
Lee.
He gets a gloomy look on his face after reading the first 2 pages, closes it, and hands it to Sebastian.
Well, that was fast. What'd you think?
Not my favorite
Mm,
type of story.
that's fair. Romance is not for everyone.
Sab opens the book.
I'm just saying it would take a long time. I mean, I know you're
He at
you're not
first
reading
is
the whole
like
thing.
blah blah blah, read, talk about, and then like he stops and is like, oh. And then like Sam just kind of drifts into the corner and he just has the book and he's going for 30 minutes.
I think you got a new fan.
This is excellent. Well, I'm glad you all enjoy it.
I hope you found Ben being down here.
I
Has
love
there
it.
been any trouble?
Not really. You just want to be smart. Don't hang out too late, and
And no one's giving you a hard time?
not really. No.
Not really or no?
What's that?
Not really or no? Which one?
Not really. Which means no.
What happened?
No, it's just nothing has actually happened seriously. I mean, there are a few strikes from the factory workers, but they're not violent most of the time. And I'm not involved with the things there, but you just need to stay away from that when that happens, and just make sure you. No offense. Stay away from any private enforcers that might be in the area, that sort of thing. When there's strikes. There are some rapscallions that will sometimes try to pull things on people. I believe a neighbor 3 doors down got robbed, but nothing serious was taken. It was really stupid, but that's about it. Nothing has ever threatened me individually.
Sab looks
But
up.
I know how to protect myself.
Sab looks up. So the neighbors are good?
Oh, yes, the neighbors are lovely. Good people.
You said you were from Calton.
Yes, that's right.
You said something about not liking it there.
Right. Mostly just old Tivia.
You don't like Tivia?
Old Tivia. It's actually something that, if you read my manuscript, you would see a little bit. It's somewhat a political work. The High Council of Tivia is a very repressive one, and I'm using this manuscript, this serial, to kind of show its errors. It's not a place with very much freedom, nothing like here. So it was good to get out. Calton is probably one of the most progressive cities in Tivia, especially because it's so close to Morley. But I don't hate it there, but especially considering that there's civil war going on there, and has been going on there for nearly a decade now, it's just not appealing to live there anymore. But I'm still a proud Tivian, just like Prince Artyemovich.
I'm actually from Calton, so
What?
yeah, maybe that's why I never noticed anything. Calton's more progressive about it.
Right. Well, I mean,
I did leave as well from Morley.
well, if you probably just weren't very politically active. It was if I wrote this story in Calton, operators would come in the middle of the night, drag me away, and then I would never be seen again. That sort of thing.
I didn't know about that.
Well, it's operators. They like to be secret. The non-citizens. It's really, you've never heard about them before? They're like a big boogeyman.
I don't know, would I have?
I'm gonna say no, actually.
I guess I just never was involved with politics much.
That's fine. Not everyone needs to. And Even me, I get quite sick of it at times.
Seb
So I
looks-
write about romantic princes and stuff.
That's one way to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you, was the main character you? Or modeled after you in any way?
No, although sometimes I aspire to be a little bit like him. Except when he entertained the whole contests, wiles and whatnot.
I couldn't believe him.
I know, right, very stupid, but he was lonely.
Hmm.
And sometimes when we're lonely, we can do very stupid things.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But he learned. We'll have to see what that pans out to do.
You're a man of mystery, Miko.
Oh, I'm pretty simple, but okay. You should see some of the things that get mailed to me, though. I get a lot of fan mail. Yeah, a lot of people like what they're hearing, which is good.
Well, of
And
course they do.
I love that it's being featured on radio broadcasts. It's there are people in the various Tivian cities that really like the ones here in Pandisia that really like it, and that's probably what makes me the most happy. What doesn't make me happy is when people mail me spicy stories about my characters. That's a bit interesting.
Seb looks up.
But as you can see, I have fireplace here.
What a gem.
Seb looks up.
How was breakfast?
So, he's a prince.
Mm-hmm.
They have princes in Tivia?
Well, they did. It's a confusing thing. The High Council is basically
So they did.
They
is what
did.
you're saying.
That's
Okay,
right.
cool.
The princes of Tivia were around before the Empire, in around like the 1400s.
Yeah.
But after the High Council took over, the princes remained in exile in Crystal, but continued producing descendants. So they're always princes.
So wait, Anton, you lived in Tivia, but then you moved to Morley, but you said you were Morleyan.
Well, I am. Isn't I lived in Tivia and then I moved to Morley.
So you're Tivian who lives in Morley.
Right, like I'm Pandician.
I'm originally
not
Tivian, but
Quite how it works, but okay.
Why not? I live in Pandisia. This is my home now.
But you're like
Where are you from?
Bristol, Northern.
Mm-hmm. Where's your home now?
Anywhere?
But Northern Crystal.
No, well, I mean, I have a supposed Northern Bristol too.
Oh well. I'm just saying that I live here, so I'm a Sunliner.
Okay, that works. Just look,
Thank you.
it's very good.
Thank you.
Let me know when you write it. Write the second one.
Oh, you should be able to catch it. I believe the next episode should be airing this 6th day, I think. So there are not the Dishonored calendar is different. So I don't think they have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I think I'm just having to invent it just a 7-day week, but it's numbered. So 6th day.
So how many days is that from now? What
That
day are we
is it's about 4 days. Oh shoot. Yeah, weeks don't exist at all. Yeah.
Specific.
So it is literally the 6th day of the month. I think.
Oh.
Hold on. I took notes for when the trial took place, but that's a later problem.
I guess you'll just have to wait.
Like the rest of the people, but it will be worth it.
I have no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
We've actually, or at least Sebastian has got to run off for a bit.
Yeah.
Got an errand to run.
Oh,
Yeah.
where are you going?
I was gonna go visit. Who was
Friend
her
of his who
name?
lives here.
Was something to Dr. Two?
Dr.
Right?
Two? My
Yeah.
neighbor. Yeah, I told you about her, right?
Which
Yes.
house is hers?
Okay, so she is across the street and then one down.
Okay, across the street, one down. Got it.
She works in the clinic during the day though. She's quite busy, but you could wait until the evening to see her possibly.
Oh. Okay. Well, I just need to like drop off a message. It might.
Well, I can drop one off if you are leaving.
Oh no, don't worry about it.
No,
I might
I
pop.
live here. She's
Well, I
my
was gonna
neighbor.
pop off and like go check out some of the things around town. Just
Oh,
fucking
okay.
We make an insight check to see
Let's go visit her at the
Sebastian is
clinic.
planning anything.
Sure.
For his
I'd also
behavior.
like to
Yeah.
make an insight check. I'm trying to figure out if he, like, why he might be motivated
2 successes.
Okay.
to visit this woman. Does he seem sketchy?
Yeah, make an insight check as well. This would be your intuition. Curse your D&D 5e terms.
One
cleverly.
success.
Here we go. Or could I do boldly?
Because you're actually mentioning this and you're not like hiding it, yes.
Okay. 1 success. 2 successes.
Numbers?
8 and a 7.
3 and 7.
Ooh.
Okay. So it'd be like a 1 beat.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. So it's up to you how much you want to tell.
Alright.
It's hard to
Um,
say, like, you know, like when Anton said, I took a little void pain. It's like, that's a very easy lie to pin down, whereas this is not necessarily a lie, but something you just want to...
Yeah, it's. I would say you probably. So probably A. You notice that like Sab kind of always feels rather suspicious. Also probably to you. You're probably like. I don't know. Like. Feel like he's probably gonna do something, but
Something
it
that
might.
you wouldn't
Yeah,
like.
it might not be something that you like. Overall.
He's just gonna stand there quietly while Sebastian keeps talking.
Well, if you're growing around the city, I have some recommendations of good locations to go to.
Oh yeah. Where would they be?
Well, the best place around town, if you can get past the bouncer, would be the Obsidiary. It is a sight to behold.
What is in the episode is that?
No, it's like a it's like a club. It's like it's very modern. It's they've got drinks, which but dancing, lights, music, club.
Are there any like libraries?
Ah, you're that kind of person. But yes, of course there are libraries. Most of them are privately owned. There's the Cap Spring Library. It's actually in the Heights. You may have passed it.
Free to enter?
Low He would
charge to
know
enter?
this immediately. Sorry, this is I haven't really thought about this.
Okay.
Haven't thought about what the heck is a Pandician public library system like.
Depends how
Uh,
good the people in it are. Probably.
Well, I believe that it's one of the few libraries that has guards in it, but you are free to enter, but just don't misuse the books and be quiet. I have seen someone literally thrown out of that library once before.
That's a tough
The library with a bouncer.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head out. So.
Ooh,
I'm gonna-
wait, no, I wasn't done. There are
Oh,
other
sorry,
places.
Yes, other places.
If you're doing any shopping, the best place to go is Quince's Emporium. That's in Port Kier. Let's see. Also in the Heights. I hope you've noticed it. The owner of Obsidiary, he's a character. But he owns a gun store, basically. If you need any firearms, it's the place to go. But do not call it a gun store; he will kick you out. There are lots of places you can get kicked out of here in Sunline. He calls it a studio. So
Studio.
it has a long and absurd name that does not mean anything. What is it? I don't know. You should be able to find it. It is in the Heights.
All right.
Sebastian,
Hmm?
if you can't find your friend around her house, you should go check at the clinic, and we'll meet you over there when we're done.
All right. Will do. He gets up and leaves.
She gives him a very pointed look
He like looks
as
at
soon
her.
as Mikhail is not looking.
Lee's going to follow him right outside the door and stop him.
Yeah.
Sebastian, I'm just going to tell you once. Don't do anything stupid.
I'm not stupid.
Prove it. Behave. that, Lee's gonna go back inside.
So, Mika,
Mm-hmm.
did you get the name of that one client I was looking for from Jessamine?
Yes. Hold on. I'm sorry. Most of my memory has been occupied with writing through this next piece.
Oh, of course.
I have it written down somewhere, and you see him go into his bedroom. You would hear paper shuffling around. As I myself am shuffling through some papers. Yes, I found it. Okay, it is Marie Atkinson. Atkinson. That is. Tivian names are bad, but that is worse.
Is quite the name.
Mm-hmm.
Did she say anything specific about what she wanted consultation with?
It's another business person. Business advice, I guess. We got a lot of those types, but a lot of regular people too.
Would you want to go to the obsidiary with us? If we took you.
Oh, I can get you all in.
You could.
Yes. Do we need to go with your friend though?
We'll give him a bit first to catch up with his friend if he wants to.
All right, that sounds good.
He's gonna say, wait. The observatory,
The obsidiary.
subsidiary. Sorry. Does that seem like a wise place to go right now?
That's smart. It is better at night.
Yes. Yeah. Thinking.
Wait, no, it's not even open during the day. You have to wait for the evening for it to open. It's not the best place to write. It's quite loud, but it's a good place to unwind.
You don't really want to write in a club anyway.
No.
Miss Cohen, a place like that has a tendency to be very loud, very chaotic, and very difficult to detect any threats. I will not be able to protect you adequately there.
Well, they have guards there. Well, bouncer, but
Look, any number of drunken men can cause any ordinary problems. Anyone specifically out to find you will have no trouble getting close to you and potentially causing you some harm.
What if I sit up in the corner in my own booth and get a quiet drink, and you can sit a couple down for me, watch the rest of the room, and that's all.
surely there's something you do to unwind, Mr. What was your name again?
Barrett.
Barrett, yes.
I don't think he's ever unwound.
I can't afford to unwind.
Oh, you don't need to pay. I will get you in.
Money isn't the problem. My line of work doesn't allow me to unwind, especially at a time like
Mr.
this.
Barrett,
Protecting the Lady Augur?
I'll remind you of what happened last night on the ship
Yes.
and how well I handled myself.
Yes.
Get a drink while we're there, and it'll be fine.
I'm in no position to tell you what to do. If you insist that we go there, I have no choice but to follow.
And will you get a drink and join me then?
I will get a drink of some sort.
I suppose this is all the progress I'm going to make with you today, isn't it?
You're correct.
We'll go tonight if you got time, Mikhail.
I think I do, but perhaps. You know what? I could use an ear to bounce some ideas off of. So perhaps I could fill you in on some of the details of the next episode.
Absolutely.
All right. So with this, we're gonna shift to Sebastian and what he's doing. I don't have any details planned for the next episode, so
Right.
You'll just have to tell us between this session and the next one.
yes, that's right. Yeah.
Able to draw Kyle during the time.
Yeah. I don't have any reference for him, but
I'll try and find a face claim.
yeah. Okay. Basically, the main defining feature. He's got a fairly thin face, right? But just like a mop of hair on it. He's pretty young.
Very tall from that.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. But yet he's still wearing a ginormous coat. It's way too big for him. even though he's
Who
indoors.
makes coats that big? And for who?
Well, it's
The big and tall.
I guess. The really big and tall.
the really big
It's
and
just
tall.
like, that's
Oh yes,
probably
you should go there too.
one of the biggest-
really big and tall.
the big
Best
mystery. How
clothing
does
store.
such a tall man get such a big coat that's way bigger than him?
Mikhail just doesn't know any other clothing
he's
stores
tall, but
and
he's like a
just goes to
stick.
the big and tall.
Okay,
Yeah.
I guess so. Anyway, so yes, so Sab leaves the establishment. He kind of goes over, he follows the instructions that's going on. Is there anyone like about, and what are the streets
Yeah,
made of?
this
Just
is a
because
fairly-
I wanna know.
What's that? The
What
streets
are-
made of?
Yes, where are the streets made of? This is just so I want to know.
Yeah. They're paved, but not very well.
Okay. Okay. So he goes over to where the house is, which I believe is across the street, one to the left.
Mm-hmm.
So he basically takes a walk around, kind of just getting the whole area, becoming accustomed with it in case, I don't know, he has to run for his life at some
Yeah,
point
okay.
and escape.
The house is pretty much the exact same size as Mikhail's, but
Probably same design.
uh,
Interior.
possibly, probably, you don't know.
Okay.
It's a lot more worn down than his is. His is no fresh coat of paint, kind of sagging. It almost looks like, just worn out. It's basically gray.
Okay. Sad basically takes that perimeter, kind of does like a whirlpool almost effect of getting in.
Yeah,
until
there's
he
several
finally
windows.
Basically comes around, so he's basically behind the house, as it were, and basically is like starts evaluating it. How can I get in with
Yeah.
the climbing skills that I have?
There's no fence or anything around it. Not really a yard for it. Houses are really clumped up in this this area. So there is no back door. There is the front door, and there are several windows. One in the kitchen, one in the master bedroom, if you are looking in. So kitchen would be the back, bedroom, living room.
Yeah. Have I seen people around, and have I seen the guards around?
Doesn't seem like there's any guards around right now, but there are people. It's the middle of a working day, so you'll see some people pass by every now and then.
Sab goes to the front door and just kind of tries it.
It is locked. Give me just a second. I still don't know where my dice went that I dropped earlier.
Oh, I think I might see it next to the board.
Oh wait, in here?
Near the table, like the other one.
Ah, yes, thank you. I'm glad I didn't have to tear those cables apart down there.
Suddenly, nothing works.
Okay. Yes, the door's locked.
Typical. He goes around and kind of tries to unsuspiciously look in windows around the house.
Yeah, it just make a quick stealth check.
Okay. Move.
Partial successes.
One success. I think that's it.
Okay. Yeah. You look in. Doesn't look like anybody's in there right now, but there's no other entrance that you can see. There's nothing really distinguishable just from looking in the windows. It just looks like a house, kind of devoid of any personality.
Okay.
Unlike Mikhail's, which I will say does have like a pretty big painting actually in the living room.
What's the painting of?
Give me a second. I have this pulled up somewhere. It's of a big, ginormous sea monster.
Ooh.
This is actually it's a repro from one actually in the Dishonored world. So once that loads, I'll send that into Discord. Oh wait, there it is. Yeah. But yeah, you can't really see anything from.
Okay. So Sab just kind of looks out, sees there's people coming around, so he's like, we're gonna head to the library basically. So okay, I'll be back later. So he heads off to basically the library that he told me about.
Back in the Heights?
Oh, is it all the way up in the Heights?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not. So I guess he's probably just gonna. He probably goes and kind of goes some kind of around a little bit, kind of moving, but kind of staying around the area, and basically is waiting for things to die down. And yeah, he's not really worrying about catching up with everyone else.
Okay. Well, you can find a time where it doesn't look like anybody else is around. Are you going to use that?
Yep.
It would be actually make a quick study check.
Study carefully, probably. That would actually be 2 successes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you seem like you found yourself a brief window of time where it doesn't look like anybody else is around.
All right. He goes over to it, kind of looks at the locks, and if I'm right, he's the tinkering tools. So he's going to try and see if he can somehow get this lock open.
All right. So these are tinkering tools and not lock picking tools,
Okay.
but go ahead and make a tinker check.
Okay. Probably carefully, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He gets 1 success, actually. Wait. Oh, he actually gets 2 successes.
Okay. It's open.
Oh, thank goodness, for once in my life, this worked. He opens the door, steps inside, and closes it. First thing, Seb looks around and is like, okay. Step 1, make sure no one's there. So he basically tries to stealth in and just kind of see if anyone's there, sleeping, otherwise.
Okay. Make a first off, make a stealth check.
Okay.
Then you'll make a study check.
He fails the stealth check.
You take the first step and immediately, as there's a very creaky floorboard.
He like holds his breath, waits a little bit, takes another step.
Okay. Yeah.
Right, and then goes,
Study check.
all right. That's 1 success, and then what focus?
Perception.
So that would be study, and then like style. Sorry.
Oh, style. Probably carefully.
Okay. Then he would not get the other one, but he got 1 success.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like anybody's in the room. It's small enough in that someone would have definitely heard the floor creak and no response.
All right. Okay. He kind of checks outside to see what time it is.
It's probably like 10:30 right now.
Okay. So then he starts checking the room basically for documents, places where things could be locked up,
Mhm.
and then also he's looking for firearms that are concealed around the place.
Okay. All right. Do a study check.
Okay. Probably carefully. Or, yeah. He gets 2 successes again.
Okay. So, you don't really find no weapons, but you move pretty quickly through this area looking for anything that is unique. You do see in the master bedroom there is a framed photo on the wall, just labeled "The Ghost" on it, and it's a silvergraph basically. And it has a group photo in it. You also would have found a journal or diary. It's the same thing, but in her dresser, or what do you call that? A nightstand?
Mhm.
Yeah.
He basically opens it up to like look inside, and he's like, okay.
Okay. You know the thing about doctor's handwriting.
They're very good, but very hard to read.
Make a study check.
There you go.
Okay.
Is it the they
Study
stand in it
cleverly,
before-
probably.
Yes.
Yes. All right.
DC is 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zip on that.
Anything about this that we need.
So he doesn't. He looks at.
Probably
Okay.
the clothing.
I don't know what this is. He shuts the book, puts it into his coat.
It's probably a bunch of
Wait, you're just
pages.
taking the
Everything's
journal?
there pretty high.
Actually, he
My
might
coat.
take his knife actually and just cut out the pages and then like take a few from it, pages from his journal and just like slip them in. So it kind of looks like it's not like, oh, there's just this binder and there's nothing in it. It's like there's the binder and there's some papers. So if you see it, you might be like, okay, that's like
So wait, you are cutting out pages from it.
yes.
Okay. What section of the journal are you cutting out? It's full to the brim.
Okay, then he's just taking the journal.
Okay.
He just takes the journal.
All right. I will say, what did you roll in the study check?
2.
2? Okay. I will say that with that, you can't interpret it, but especially considering that you were thinking about ripping something out, you see that the front of the journal has a lot of torn pages, or just like the mark of a torn page. So it looks like somebody has already taken out some of the earlier pages in this book.
Would she keep those somewhere safe? I go over to where the silver graph is. Is it? I'm guessing it's not recent.
No, it's not. It looks old.
Okay. Is it like big or small?
It's about this
Okay.
big.
So he looks at, like, lifts it up, looks behind it.
Nothing behind it. It is framed though.
Okay. Kind of checks the back of the frame, but nothing there.
Nope.
Okay. Puts it there. All right. He kind of looks around the house for like a spare key or anything, 'cause he doesn't want to try his luck on the door again.
Okay. Make a quick study check again.
Study carefully. Does not get any. I might use a void point to just re-roll those. So, goodbye, friend.
It'll sort of do well.
That does not help at all.
All right.
So,
No dice.
no
You
dice.
can't seem to find a spare key.
Mhm. All right. He gets up and kind of he looks at the picture for quite a bit. And he walks over into like the main living space. Kind of looks checks what time is it? Kind of by the sun.
It has not been that long at all. It's probably 10:40 now.
The last time someone asked what time it was too many times in a row, a ship blew up.
It's true.
You see a clinic in the distance. Whoosh, no.
Excellent. Okay, well. Sorry, Hazel, that was all a lie. He goes and he walks into basically he goes and he takes a chair and walks into the bedroom, puts it on the thing, and shuts all the windows of the house.
Mhm.
And then he just sits in the room, takes out his gun, starts. Does he have his pistol? No, he doesn't have a pistol. Okay. Takes out a switchblade, puts on his brass knuckles probably, takes his mask, puts it on, and he just sits back in the dark room, all lights off, and he just waits.
Okay. Edgy. All right. Now we will take a little break in session, and we'll probably be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. So, see you all in a bit. All right, welcome back. So the last thing we left off was Sab sitting in a room with the curtains drawn, with his mask on, sitting in a chair with the switchblade drawn.
He
At-
probably also unlocked the windows. That's
These aren't
not those kinds of windows.
not those. They are.
Are they?
I don't know.
Dirty windows.
They are. I mean, they're. Dang it! This is when I wish I had Nathaniel here. I need window advice. They are just old style windows, and that you can't open them. They're literally like built into the house. There's just like that divider in between, in the windows. And that's it. So you can see out, and there's curtains, but you can't open them.
This
Yes, that.
And a visual reference.
You're in a visual level.
There you go.
Your paintings are coming in handy.
All right.
Years of art school
So,
work for nothing.
Are you just waiting for okay, Dr. Chu
Yeah.
to come back?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So everyone else, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
I wager we're just spending the day with Mikhail, waiting for Sebastian to come back.
That is correct. So you all would probably spend the morning away. He'd be going through ideas on the next episode and whatnot. Which yeah, we'll see what that comes to before next session. Yeah, and it's been a little while and Sab is not back. And it's getting into lunch, and Mikhail says, I'm kind of sorry, I haven't really prepared for lunch. I didn't think it would go this long, but time flies.
It's alright, we'll get out of your hair. See you tonight for the obsidiary.
Oh, yes, I believe it opens at 8 o'clock, I think. So I'll be in the Heights then.
Meet you then.
Okay,
Thanks for having us, Mikhail. It was
of
good
course.
to see. Good to see where you're at.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you for visiting my humble abode.
You made something nice for yourself.
Well, thank you. All right, well,
But
I
if
will see you all this evening.
If you've ever got any sort of trouble, more serious than what you talked about,
Oh, of course.
you let me know, alright?
Will do.
I mean
Mhm.
that.
There is good law enforcement in the city, mostly. So,
Alright. Well, I'll see you soon.
all right. Thank you for coming. Have fun around the city doing whatever you're doing.
So, as soon as we leave, I'm gonna... do I see anything around the house that Mikhail said was Sherry's?
Wait, what?
After we leave,
Yeah.
do I see anything like weird around Sherry's house? Do I see any signs of entry or anything like that?
No. Not really. He rolled it was a very simple lock, and he rolled a 2 on it, so it does not look like it was burst into.
Lady Copen.
Yes,
Why
Mr.
Why
Barrett.
are we examining this house in particular, and where is Sebastian? Dare I put 2 and 2 together?
You dare? He is trying to find some information about this Doctor too.
For what reason?
Some sort of past association. I don't want to go too much into the details, part because I don't know all of them, and part because, well, because he took me into his confidence in the matter.
He's not going to kill the doctor.
No, I made absolute certain of that before.
Yes,
I got his word on the matter.
I better not find that another one of your friends winds up in prison.
If he did, he'd be no friend of mine. But I don't think Sebastian's like that. He seems, I mean, you know him, he seems a bit, unstable, but I wouldn't say murderer.
He's a foolhardy one. He's not.
Look, he's looking for information. He's gonna go in there and look. That was the plan for him to go in there and look. And if he couldn't find what he was looking for, then we were gonna go in there together and I was gonna talk to her.
Very well. But if it comes down to it, and he's arrested, I will not be helping him. And if the law enforcement here comes looking for him, I will not hide him.
Of course. I wouldn't expect you to do it any differently, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you.
But it won't come to that.
I hope not.
I kind of like look back up at the house again one more time and then I don't know where to be if he's not there. We could check the clinic briefly. I don't think he'd get inside of her or anything, but he might be waiting there for us.
All right. So, are you all heading to the clinic?
So long as the rest of the gang's all right with that.
All right. So, basically, to get to the clinic, actually, I guess you all don't technically know, but from what you've heard about the kind of work that Dr. Chu does, it would probably be in the most impoverished area. So you all start walking towards the shantytown, and eventually you would see a collection of green tents just pitched around in the central area with various people on stretchers and a couple of medical workers of various stripes milling about. It seems to be a much less organized organization than a true clinic, that is.
No sign of Sebastian anywhere.
Make a study check.
That is 2 successes? Yeah, 2 successes.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to my new focus.
There you go.
What's the focus?
Perception.
Yeah, doesn't look like he's around here. But you do see, of the people actually in this clinic, a lot of people with just completely blackened faces from working in mines, probably. I'd like to say it's coal dust, but hey, no coal here. It would probably be voidrite dust, honestly. A lot of people coughing, some people with bandages. Doesn't look like you can see any tie between all the various injuries. Just looks like the kind of people that be in a hospital. Most are workers, though.
Do I see anyone that I might be able to piece together as Sherry too?
Make another study check. Sorry, you're
Yeah, you're
looking
fine.
for a different query.
Yeah. 1 success.
It does not take that long to realize that there is one person giving a lot of the orders to various nurses. And it would be a reasonable assumption that that's probably the doctor. And
Do I
she's
get
a
any,
woman, so.
General vibes from her.
What's that?
Do I get any general vibes from her?
Invested. She is just going from patient to patient, directing people when needed, when she can't go to others, and just she seems to be just completely involved in this work.
Well, looks like Sebastian hasn't tried to talk to her or anything.
Where is he?
I don't know, that's the problem. Look, let's just go about our business for a while and see if maybe he shows back up at the house.
Alright.
Is there anything else the other two of you wanted to do while we were in the town today?
I prefer to be out and about as little as possible.
I don't mind.
Alright, well, we can go back then if you want.
Alright.
Okay. So since you all don't have anything really planned for the rest of the day, maybe you all grabbed some lunch, grabbed some groceries or something like that. But since there's no specific interactions, we won't mention those.
I do want to study the spike that I have with the Hemisphere device again. That's just a continued thing I've been doing, but I want to make a point of mentioning that I'm doing that.
All right. Okay. Make a tinker check. DC of 4.
Void Lord?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I am going to re-roll this die because now that it's a success, I can use my last void point to change it to a critical success. which would give me 2 critical
Aren't
successes.
you only allowed to use
One void point per turn.
Oh, even if it's in a different function?
Yep, we ruled on that earlier. Sorry about that.
Well, I know you couldn't use 2 rerolls. I just didn't know it was the same thing with
No. We
applying
made a
them in
rule
different
about
ways.
1 void point per check. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Well, I'll just have used the first void point and we'll call it 3 successes.
Okay.
Just still
Yeah.
good.
Nothing really gained from the study. It's weird. It's not like any bone charm or any other artifact you've ever heard of. So
Fair enough.
I will say, if you ever pass that check, which I did lower 1 difficulty, it started out as a 5, now it's a 4. I'm not going to say what you'll find out with that, but
I'm going to keep going at it.
okay. I will say that there is going to be a point where there's just nothing more you can glean from it. Which that point would probably be rolling that 4. But you're not going to be able to know exactly what this thing, why was it made, what does it do, solely from the Hastings device.
Yeah, any sort of insight I could get would still be useful.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So unfortunately, nothing you don't already know.
That's all for me.
All right. So
Let's say
Here's-
one thing Sab does while he's waiting is he takes out the little wooden owl,
okay.
and he just kind of looks at it for a little while, and he kind of tries to like he kind of thinks about, well, you kind of know why he's here and stuff, and that kind of just he starts playing back kind of a lot of past stuff while looking at and focusing on why he's here, and then he starts to kind of listen, try and hear the owl's song and kind of see if he can gain any knowledge from it. But kind of the biggest thing he's trying to do is almost like hear it, because he wasn't able to do that, and it kind of, I don't know, he just really was like, this there's this thing, and he talked with shopkeeper, and yeah, so he wants to try and hear it.
Roll a study check with a void lore focus.
Okay. What
If you have-
what style?
Probably cleverly or carefully.
I'll do carefully. They're the same, but I'll do it.
You know what I don't understand is why there's forcefully and boldly. Those are both kind of interchangeable.
He
I
gets
mean, bold is more like, I picture it more like flamboyant and forceful as rather than like I talk
Forcefully
to
is
big
like
talk. It's
strength.
like I'm basically going to do this whether you want it.
Right. Yeah, but I just feel like you can
like
use them
boldly draws more
interchangeably
attention.
for a check, that is.
Well,
Like,
I
it's-
mean, boldly is more personal or personality and like flamboyance, and forceful is more like physical. brute
Okay,
strength.
yeah.
Like if
Yeah,
you
I
roll
get
the
that.
tinker forcefully, it'd be like, I'm gonna get this lock open whether I do that by tearing apart the door splinter by splinter,
Yeah.
or by unlocking
Okay.
this door.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Boldly would just
I don't care who sees.
bring
me
a lot of
doing it.
attention to
Yeah.
it, probably.
Okay, what'd you roll?
1 success, a 2.
Okay. You take out this wooden sculpture of an owl from your pocket, and there's not really any noise going on in this building right now. You can just hear the distant sounds of the hustle and bustle of just everyday work, but all that seems to grow a little bit quiet. And you are just in complete silence with this thing. You feel doesn't grant you any visions or anything like that. But there is that same kind of feeling that Mr. Duxon was talking about earlier. That there's something angry and vengeful, but sad at the same time, coming from this sculpture. If you can call it that, at that size. But that's about it. I will say that is a partial success check, so.
Cool. So he kind of listens to that for a little while. Even just like knowing like, oh yes, this is as far as I'm getting. He's like, okay, well I'm gonna just wait here a little bit. He finally stops focusing and kind of lets it pull back. I don't know. Maybe you'll sing one day. Maybe a little bit later. And he puts it away,
All right.
gets his blade ray, and continues to wait.
So, here's the situation that might affect the rest of you as well. No one is going to enter this building until 7 o'clock tonight. Are you waiting the entire time? Okay.
He might catch a little nap since it's early in the day,
Okay.
and then like, yeah. But he's
In
waiting.
in her bed.
No, he's like in a chair next to like he's basically in a chair where like she would come in the doorway. There's the door. He's basically like in the doorway, but it's dark, so she wouldn't really be able to see him.
Okay.
And then he's like in a chair, just kind of waiting
With your mask on
with his mask on.
all day.
How comfy is it?
all day. He's got leather in there, but to be honest, he does not notice it anymore.
All right. Would you all do anything different given the amount of time that you would be without Sab?
I don't think so. I mean, if we can't find him either way, you know.
Yeah,
Which
that is fair.
Lee's probably secretly hoping he never comes back.
Oh,
He's
that bad, huh?
Make his job a lot easier.
At least, like, if there was nobody but Heisel, keeping Heisel alive would be so much easier. It'd be amazing if everyone else could just die so that I don't have to deal with it.
He feels like he's trying to protect Heisel and babysit at the same time.
Unmaliciously, please die.
Mm.
Just be so convenient.
It'd just be so much
Death
more
would be
convenient
so
for my work.
convenient.
I don't even like. I want you to be happy, so like die happy. But like, please die.
Go find a puppy somewhere and get adopted by the puppy's family.
Or just get eaten by Bill Sokoloff.
Yeah.
Okay.
all right.
Alright.
Maybe she's hungry right now. You could try.
So, you get a nap in, but you have 9 hours.
He probably
Alone in
starts
this house.
looking at his notes and thinking, and he's kind of trying to probably take some time because eventually he's like, okay, I'm just gonna do stuff. So he starts doing stuff during that time. I guess is as good time as any. Because of his like writing down stuff really fast for like Emil's, he kind of started like just abbreviating things,
Mhm.
and eventually he kind of just started pulling on some of his void stuff and adding symbols for meanings. And next thing you know, he had created his own
Shorthand?
shorthand.
Yep.
And he has personal notes now. And
There you go.
Oh,
yeah,
excellent.
so if he is able to copy down blueprints, or everything he writes is in code, so probably once he realizes that, he probably starts going back and changing everything in his journal to code, which will take a while.
Okay.
And then any blueprints he's able to copy down, he has one less tinker difficulty when working on them. So
All right.
I'm waiting for that.
Nice. There you go. Wait, one less difficulty on any tinker check related to the stuff there?
Just if he has to write down the diagram first.
Okay.
and
Gotcha.
then he's good. So it's a little like it's a talent, so it's kind of nichely helpful.
Right,
But like
yeah.
it's not so much like he couldn't go to a lock and yes, unless he writes down locks, which he might do.
Yep.
But that would just be general locks.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So, at around 7 o'clock,
He probably gets ready after a while and just like I'm bored. I'm going back to waiting.
okay. The time would be about 7 o'clock. The sun hasn't set yet, but it's getting rather close. There's kind of an orange glare going through the windows right now. You would hear footsteps on the front step and the jingling of keys. You would hear the lock turn and the door open as a woman walks in. Very pale. And probably the first thing you'd notice is just how baggy her eyes are. Probably in her 40s right now. Strawberry blonde hair. And she does have something in her hand. Something sharp. And she turns immediately to see you. Part of me was gonna actually have her just go about with her day, but she rolled really well to actually perceive what's going on. So she walks through that door and immediately turns to face you with a mask on your head, sitting just in the doorway, a little dark. What would she see? She rolled
would
very well
probably
on the perception check.
She would see these glints of light, very, very small, but just enough glints of light, and just kind of, I don't know, maybe it was a little dark coming home or something. She took a few dark alleys. She could see a little well. So she sees this figure that's there in this coat, which looks. The thing is, like, it's the thing of, like, okay, there. For anyone else, they would be like, I'm not sure quite what this is. For her, she starts to realize, wait, I know this mask.
Right.
this
Yeah.
form.
She'd see what the mask is. Yep.
Make a noise.
What's that?
So Sab can Sab talk, or does she react first? Who reacts first?
What's your quickly score?
Quickly is 5.
Okay. She is gonna go first, mainly because she rolled those 2 very successful checks, and you're not really trying to hide. Who are you, and where did you get that mask?
Hi, Sherry. Make a noise. People die. Surprised to see me. Leans forward. What? You didn't think? Gets up. What? You didn't think? Tilts his head.
No,
You didn't
it's
think?
no.
He starts walking forward.
This isn't you. Wait. Stay. If it really is, you just stay back. You're not. Whatever your threats are, you're not the only one that knows how to handle themselves.
Really? You with your little pistol. You really think that you're going to be able to beat me? Especially right now.
Make an intimidation check.
Which would be talk.
Mm-hmm.
Boldly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He got a natural 1, and it'll be a success, and he got a 3 from the reroll. So that is 1 critical success and 1 success.
Okay. Whew. All right. Get one momentum.
Grab me a
Sean.
dark
Sure, I
one.
I'm not sure I want to give you a die on this.
Explain yourself. You're not. You can't be.
Surprised. He walks forward. And maybe this will help. He walks to, like, he's kind of in a bit of light that's coming through. Maybe like a slit in the curtain. Grabs the mask, unclips the things, takes it off. Leans forward. How have you been, Sherry? Little Rose found a garden. Hey.
You're dead. You're not.
Almost.
Cable, I'm so sorry.
Don't lie to me.
I'm not lying.
Thor's voice. Don't lie.
I'm not.
So, how have you been? How's life been since I've been gone?
Well, I've made a living of myself, but I still regret what happened, Cable. I'm not lying.
You just roll insight check. I would roll.
Oh, you're rolling one?
Yes.
Okay.
Steady carefully. He would get 1 success.
Okay. It's hard to put your finger on how exactly she's feeling right now. It's been a long time.
So you just decide, leave the business, go live a life.
What was I supposed to do? It dissolved after you left.
Really? I heard reports that you guys fought. That you helped them.
You're gonna have to be more specific than that.
You know. Morally in rebellion. Switch sides or betray the Empire.
Cable, you of all people would know. I'm not going to say that both sides were fine, but you know the Empire didn't do things cleanly either, right?
And Morley did.
I just said that both sides.
You. So you just. Who started it? Who decided, let's just throw it all away?
Who started the war?
No, who decided that we were gonna switch? Was it Argon?
I mean, he was. Yes, yeah, he was the leader, but the rest of us were behind him.
And you were too?
For the time being, yes.
Behind everything that happened?
No, not.
Who had the idea to use the box, huh? That was clever. Real smart.
That was Argon. You know him and his connections. Listen, you're not well. I don't know what happened and how you could have lived, but this has taken a toll on you, as it has on me. You're not right.
Don't pretend that you got as hurt as me. Do you see this? He pulls back and like touches his system. Do you see this? Do you see what happened to me? Do you have any idea what happened to me? You have no idea anything that you went through. Nothing.
You don't know.
You every single night and day pain, more pain than you can understand, more than you could ever even comprehend, more than anything you could cure. Don't try and fix me, Sherry. I'm not here to get fixed.
What are you
by
here for?
Where are they? Where are they? I know they're here.
Here?
I know they came to the West. It's what everyone does. Couldn't live with their consequences, I'm guessing. Didn't exactly build the empire or the what would be republic that they were expecting.
I am not in the business of choosing people to be killed anymore, regardless of what they've done. You're a man on a mission, and it's a mission that I can't stand for anymore. I'm not going to tell you.
You think... Did you even mourn?
I did.
How long?
About a year. I was aimless. I had nowhere to go. It wasn't just what happened with you. I lost a part of myself with that group. And I didn't know how I would be able to get it back. I thought I was beyond atonement.
So, you head to the West because you want to get away from everything, right? And so what do? You go to the people who are sick and alone and who are just by themselves and they need a heroine to come in, and you think that helping them is going to fix what happened? You think doing what you did fixed what happened to me?
No,
It's never gonna work.
I came to terms with that. I decided that at least there was something I could make myself useful with for the rest of my life. I can't fix the past, but I have the power to change things in the present at least.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Heard a lot about your clinics. What were you going to say?
I was going to say that for someone criticizing me for trying to fix the past, you seem like you're trying to do the same yourself. Trying to set things straight. Right?
I really think I don't care about the past or all this. You know what they did? This is new. This is pain, and I want them to feel that pain. Do you want to know why you're not dead? Or we're not fighting it out on the streets, struggling for your last breath?
Maybe you still have some modicum of a moral compass left.
Because I heard you screaming while they were cranking that machine. Well, that sound was getting buried into my head, into everything. So I just put it away. That's the only reason, because I don't think that you wanted to use that box. It's the only reason why you're alive. But know this, you chose them over me. We could have just left. We could have just ran away.
I know.
You could have said something.
I know.
And know this, I will always hate you for this. And I will never forgive you. And when you go to the void, I'll be there to scream your name, cursing you forever.
So this got intense.
Cable, you were a child. What happened was wrong, but don't be the person that they made you to be.
They didn't make me anything. I became this. I grew. I became more powerful than any of them.
Getting Anakin vibes.
Yeah. I didn't make a promise. I just knew they would pay. They would pay one day. He kind of has, with that, he kind of looked down a little bit at the floor and this kind of says that to himself, but quickly looks back. Sherry.
I just love the peppy dance music in the background.
Very mood setting.
the house one building over is having a party.
Just makes this really awkward.
The neighbors come over. Hey, Sherry, why don't you come over to our potluck?
Too.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
So, one more time. Sherry, tell me what you know. Where are they? Where are they hiding? What are they doing?
Make an intimidation check, DC 4.
Whew. Okay.
Talk boldly.
You have your momentum.
Or forcefully. What do you guys think? Here's a practical example. Is it forcefully or is it boldly?
It feels very forceful to me.
I feel forceful rather than bold.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Forceful.
something like physical intimidation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Rolling all three. Need some 10s or below. Got 1.
Oh. Not a critical success.
Not a critical success.
Well, you might have grown more powerful, that is, but I've changed myself as well. I have a standard to abide by, and it means that no one else is going to be harmed because of something that I do.
You're really gonna force me to do this? Really gonna force me? He reaches in and pulls out his lighter. Light turns on. So, here's proposition. You tell me everything you know, and I won't go and burn your clinic to the ground with everyone that I can in it and spread chaos across this city.
See John's rubbed off on him.
That's
For
the
the better.
deal, Sherry. What are you gonna say to everyone in the void who shows up tired, alone, burning, or even after when everything's gone and the people of the city are dying sick and alone like I was? What are you gonna say in the void to them? Your lives were not worth my friends.
Make another intimidation check. Difficulty of 2. This is going to be forcefully.
He has one success. That's it.
Okay. This isn't you. I might have told you where they were. You wanted to do this sensibly. But this has consumed you. This isn't... You're not well. And if... I'm not going to let you do that, but I also don't think you'll do it. Do you really want to go out there, creating more people like you? More people fatherless?
They nods towards the silver graph. They deserve it. What's justice to you, Sherry?
Justice is much different than torture,
This is vengeance.
which is not justice.
It's pretty darn close in my book. In the world that we live in, where things like the chaos in the Isles happen, that people flee the Isles to Pandyssia. What kind of a world? What kind of a world is this?
A world with a second chance.
Second, it's Pandyssia. The rats, the plague, death. That's Pandyssia. And people go there because the Isles is worse. You helped build that.
Oh, what? A refuge for people running from chaos?
You built the Isles that they are now. The burning pile of trash and
No,
filth
no.
and bodies. You did that. You took.
She's going to start just slowly walking towards her kitchen.
He steps forward. You stop. You're not going anywhere.
You're dead set on this.
Just tell me where they are. They don't have clean hands.
No one does. I don't. You've pointed that out. And yet I'm still here.
Some people do. Or did.
Name one.
Da. My dad. My mom. Took me in. Saved me. Were they evil, Sherry? Were they evil? Was my brother evil? Was my wife... Was his wife evil? Their daughter? She evil? Did they deserve anything that happened to them?
No, but nobody does. You have a chance right now to be a part of something better than this constant cycle of chaos.
No,
If
I
you
don't.
you don't,
What do you think the box did to me?
it was designed to take away your powers, and it hurt. Inevitably.
Ripped them right out of my soul. So my soul cracked and began to fall apart.
But you're here now. What's that?
My body is falling apart and breaking. I feel it every single moment. And if I can't find that box, I'm gonna die. So you're gonna tell me where the box is and where everyone is.
Argon has it. He has the box.
Where's Argon? Where's the box?
You're not going to believe me, but I don't know where he went. He established another group after the ghosts. Working for Morley, for Gristle, for whoever, but I left. And I never looked back. I don't know where he is today, but he took the box with him.
He's gonna roll insight on that.
Okay.
Study carefully. Got a critical failure and no successes.
Since the conversation, there's no complication that could
Yeah.
surface because of a critical failure. Yeah. Seems like she's telling the truth on that part, as much as you can tell. If it's killing you, then, well, I've told you already. I'm a woman of principle. I'm here to help.
I don't want your help. I don't need your help. And your help wouldn't help. It's not physical.
Well,
It's the void.
you just got it anyways. So, if anybody deserves it, which I don't believe anybody does now, but it's probably Argon.
He deserves what?
Your vengeance. But I would suggest just getting the box and being done.
Sherry, if you tell anyone I was here, if you tell anyone that I exist, I will find you and I will kill you. Then I'll burn your clinic to the ground and dance in the ashes.
Make an intimidation check.
Okay.
Talk
Talk
forcefully.
forcefully. No successes.
He's trying so hard.
Please just leave me alone.
If you travel a day farther from Sunline, I will know, and I will track you down, and I will burn your clinic to the ground.
Yes, you've said that already.
I'm not working alone. How do you think I know where your house is?
You're doing the same thing again.
What thing?
Being part of a group responsible for reprehensible things. You're turning into the same target that you're swearing vengeance against.
I'm. You have no idea, don't you? Old people, I thought you would understand. I thought we understood.
You threatened to burn down a clinic full of innocent people.
You are keeping them alive and well.
Doctor,
You're siding with
what I do, I keep people alive and well.
Did you search for me?
I brushed up on the void. Had no luck. So yes. But then I realized that you had to have been dead. There was no alternate. I don't know how you're still alive.
He walks to the door. Remember what I said, and I'm not lying. And you know me. You know how much this means to me. He leaves. Goodbye, Sherry.
She has no words as you leave.
He slams
I am
the door.
adding 2 chaos dice for that interaction.
Mhm. He slams the door and just leaves and starts to run when it hits shadows and stuff and gets away as far as he can.
Okay.
Do I need to roll for anything? And he's probably, when he leaves, he's trying to be sneaky. And
Okay, alright, then roll a stealth check.
Okay.
Are you wearing the mask?
No, he's not. His wife took it off.
Yep.
Move quietly. He got 2 successes. 1 is a critical success.
Okay. 1 moment. Actually 2 momentum.
On that thing, he turns around the house and goes, no.
Okay. Alright.
He leaves and he runs as far as he can until he just stops and he's just exhausted, kind of. And he just stops and basically goes into an alley and he basically. Seb grabs his stomach, leans against the wall, and looks for a trash can.
Okay. It's very easy to find when you're in an alley. Yeah.
He goes into it and vomits into it.
Yeah.
For a little
There
while.
was a lot of tension there. It was a
He
hard
slips down
interaction
and
for
falls
both
onto the
parties.
ground. And he's crying. He stays there for a while in the shadows. Then he makes his way slowly throughout the night back to where the heights are. Can you get there on foot?
There is a very, very small path to get to the heights, but it's along a mountain, so it's basically hiking. But you can do it if you want.
He does it. Goes up it.
What time is it at this point?
It is probably 7:40 at this time.
So are we already out with Mikhail, or is he?
You're on your way probably to meet him at the entrance of the obsidiary. So you're just heading to the heights, or are you heading back to the apartment? Okay. Yeah. I don't. Did he hear about the invitation to the obsidiary?
I think he
No.
knew about it, but he didn't hear about invitation.
He heard it mentioned, but he didn't hear our plans to go there.
Yeah.
when he came back.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
All right. So
When he are people like leaving while he's like
no,
busy stuff? Okay.
you would be arriving there when no one is there.
Okay. He goes into the house, goes to the wine cellar. Is the lock working?
It's literally just a deadbolt, so it's not like a key.
He undeads,
Yeah.
bolts it, walks in,
Yeah.
grabs 2 wine bottles, goes and basically goes outside, and basically goes into the alley that he and guy were in. He pulls off 1 cork, kind of pours it on himself, ruffles himself up so he looks a little
Drunk?
drunk. He goes and then he just basically takes one of the bottle, like the probably pretty empty, just like it looks like he's been in a lot of trouble and somehow drank a lot if he has all this on him. And he basically goes and throws away one of the bottles, and the other one he uncorks it, drinks basically just because he has a little mess in check, he tries to drink enough to deaden pain that you would give to someone, but not mess up their cognitive ability, just do that basically. And he will stay there all night.
Okay. Just wondering, why did he pour the wine on him to make himself look drunk?
Yeah, basically to make it look like where were you, Sab? Oh my gosh, what the heck were you doing, Sab?
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
to look like he was in
Oh, okay. All right.
trouble
Get a
around
credit.
town, and yeah.
Okay. So go ahead
Not
and
gonna
make
go.
this is weird, but this is gonna be a talk check because
Okay.
it's interacting with other people.
Boldly.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'll save those. He gets 1 success, and yes, 1 success.
Okay. Noted. All right. So the rest of you, the sun is just about set, and you all make your way to the subsidiary, which is, it's probably the first 2 floors of a building that you all would pass, and there is, of course, a sign out front. It's not quite. It's not neon, but it's like those early forms of signs that just have things arrayed with small light bulbs that just says the obsidiary on it. Black sign with white lights. There is a pretty sizable line outside there, and it is pretty stereotypical. There's a bouncer, and then there's the line. The bouncer's got the list. So you all would see Mikhail with. It looks like he's tried to comb his hair a little bit more, but again, it still has not worked. Just looks like there's like he maybe even tried hairspray or something like that, and it's just nothing's working. But he is just sitting on a bench kind of across from the club itself, and he sees you all. Oh, hello!
Mikhail, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Are you all ready to experience the most most new? No, that's not good terminology. The modernity. No, I'm an author. Come on.
What are you trying to say?
It's like cutting edge, but more formal. Yeah, it is the razor's edge of culture.
Okay.
It's weird, but it's good. All right, follow me. This will be easy. And yes,
Also, Lee only brought his revolver and money with him.
Okay.
He left all his other belongings back
All right.
at the apartment.
gotcha.
So he doesn't have a massive gun strapped on his back when we try to just enter a nightclub.
He's not that stupid.
Thank goodness.
All right. So, Mikhail kind of it's like furls his coat a little bit and starts walking forward with his nose up towards the bouncer, and he just says, I am certainly on the list. And the bouncer just looks down at the list, up at Mikhail, down at the list, up at Mikhail. Whoa, what's your name? I actually don't remember. Wait, hold on. His last name. Ah, yes. I am Mikhail Civilian.
Civilian.
It's with a Z and many V's and I's and Y's. Civilian. Wow, I did never notice that was civilian. Huh, there you go. Civilian.
Must be protected.
Sorry, but you're not on the list. Any of you got guns? And Mikhail's like, I have a gun. And he produces a Derringer similar to the one that are you wearing your arm contraption thing?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Not that it's invisible.
No,
Okay. Who else?
just my knife. And I'm gonna take the dagger out of my boot and show him and put it back.
Okay.
Oh, but knives are good.
He's gonna say, I'm an enforcer.
Okay. You carrying a piece?
Yes.
May I see it?
He takes it out reluctantly and shows it to him.
He takes it, examines it, hands it back, says, "This is trash." Sorry.
You can tell Lee's really offended and insulted by that, but he doesn't say anything.
So what would you recommend then?
Something nicer.
Like what?
Like something fancy. This is
So what's something fancy?
Listen, if you want to get Saunders' eye, then you gotta bring something more interesting than just Just go to the back of the line. Come on.
Well,
This is
is that what you're asking?
what's that? What?
Do you want to see something interesting?
Yeah, that's kind of how this club works.
Well, might I suggest you do a bit better of a job looking over your, and I'm gonna flick my finger and the gun comes flying into my hand. Clients.
Ooh, okay, Saunders gonna like that. All right, you guys are cool enough to go in.
Great.
Maybe get a better gun. Contraption's cool though. But all right.
And I'm gonna
And he
put it
opens
back
the
up my
door.
sleeve.
And one guy says, "What? Come on, my gun's as cool as that." And he's just like, "You have an air rifle, Jim." All right. So yes, this is he doesn't pat anyone down. This is here. Guns are kind of required to get in, actually. Yep.
Amazing.
Wow. Okay.
So
Do they
you
serve
all.
alcohol?
What's that?
They serve alcohol.
That's correct.
Okay, cool.
This is Pandysia.
Barrett is
Yes,
gonna have an
pretty great.
What is the
aneurysm.
ATF?
He's gonna hate it here.
Lee walks in
loaded
immediately, has
guns.
an aneurysm. It's like, oh no.
Little drink will help calm nerves. And he said he would get some sort of drink.
Yes.
On that note, as soon as we're in, I'm gonna move very quickly to where his bartender is.
Okay.
You get a description.
Yes, of
Yeah.
course. So you walk in, and it's a 2-story building basically with a balcony on the second level, but most of it is fairly open, so pretty high ceiling. As soon as you open the door, you are just completely blinded by the amount of light in this. In fact, it looks like somebody literally put like a spotlight directly on people entering the club to dazzle them immediately. But it's a
Annoying.
so this is a strange thing to define, but hey, I'm using a steampunk setting, which means I get to use a bunch of weird things in it. So, one of the things about Dishonored is that it incorporates a lot of modern design in an old-timey setting. So that's kind of how this works. This club, it doesn't have any of the technology of the day that we have, but some of the design is rather similar. There are so many lights throughout the entire place. And one kind of strange thing is that down basically the diagonal of the entire building is going to be this line demarking a white side and a black side. Basically, stylistic choice. So on one side, you would just see everything kind of white, and on the other side, everything kind of polished black. Yeah, it is a strange place. You would see people dancing. There's the center would be a dance floor. There's probably a bar to the left, tables all around the perimeter, and a balcony VIP area, basically. Also, on the right side of the club itself would be a room marked firing range. So, yes,
Now, Barrett.
How crowded is it?
it's not the busiest night. You guys aren't here on the end of a work week or anything like that. So there's probably like 200 people in this building right now. I will say one other thing. The music that you guys are hearing, none of you have heard this kind of music before. Most music is played via an audiograph, which is this like punch card sound system. Think of like, if any of you are aware of like phonographs that have like a cylinder. Just imagine you just stretch out the cylinder, basically. That's how an audiograph works, basically. It's very smart. Most audiographs have sort of classical music on it, early vocal stuff on it, early big band kind of material that's just basically a pop orchestra. But there's one person in the balcony that has a sound system hooked up into a audiograph, and he is directly kind of manipulating the card itself.
They have the
Yes, he is a DJ. So he is basically doing what is called turntablism in our day, where you're shifting the records. Except he's literally shifting a punch card in and out of the reader, basically.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So it's weird. maybe this guy just isn't good at this, or maybe this is just super new music. It's strange, and
Is this music bad or new? No.
Lee looks around to see if he can spot like a booth or something in a corner away from people.
yes, there are corner booths. That is correct. There's a bar and plenty of dancing going on.
He's
Yep.
going over there, and he starts pushing his way around people and like trying to lead her over to the.
I am making my way over to the bar. First thing. as
Anton,
quickly
grab me
as
something.
possible. Okay, what do you want?
Just something strong, all right?
Okay. So I'm going to make my way
Lee
to the
yells,
bar.
"Just coffee for me."
Okay, I'll do that.
All right. So, are you sure you want Barrett's nerves to be even more heightened now?
He wants just coffee so he can stay awake and
Here you go.
stay alert.
Mr. Barrett.
That's what
Okay,
I
so the bar is on the. This sounds weird, but it is on the white side of the club. And so the bartender is decked out in an all-white outfit.
You can't order a black Russian. You can only order a white Russian.
Maybe everything's themed.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to order.
It's a little loud, but the bartender comes up. What could I get you?
Could I get what kind of strong alcohols do you have?
Strong. You're looking
Yeah.
for something strong.
Yeah, that's what I asked for.
Well, I suppose we have vodka, whiskey, not too much rum. It's not very favored around here.
Do you have anything that you couldn't taste it in coffee?
What a strange question.
I know. It's just my friend, he wanted to have a drink and he didn't want, all the effects that come with alcohol, but
Right.
he doesn't like the taste of it and all that. So I was wondering. if I
Oh, he
could
wants
get
a
coffee.
Morley and Courage.
Is that coffee with alcohol?
Yes. We don't serve coffee here, though, to be fair.
I mean, a coffee with alcohol in it is something that maybe a bar would serve. I don't know. But
This one.
I guess I'll take a Morley and Courage for him. And
I don't have any coffee. Well, that would just be Morley and whiskey then. We don't have coffee here.
Is there any way you could go get some?
Go get. Excuse me, sir, but I tend to the bar. I don't run errands.
Is there any way that you could send someone to go get some?
How much would you be willing to pay?
I have 20 banknotes to my name.
Why don't you
I
just?
can get more.
You're dead set on this.
Yeah, pretty much am.
Also, nice dog.
Thank you.
Are you bringing the dog with you?
Yes, yeah.
Dog in a club.
Because then they let the dog in. Like,
Yeah.
they're like,
let the dog-
who let the
dog's
dog
coming
in
in."
here? And they're like, I bring that dog.
They let dogs in this club. It's a good club.
Very pet friendly.
This is great.
You know what? We might have some coffee in the break room. I'll go check.
I would appreciate that.
It would be 20 notes, though. Is that fine?
That's what I have. So yeah.
Okay. All right. And he returns and just pours coffee in a flippin' beer glass, basically, and just pours a little bit of whiskey in it. It's a little cold, but
I'm
Coffee.
sure he isn't expecting much. Ordering coffee at a bar.
all right. Now could I go? Oh wait, that's all the money.
I'll come.
Good
back.
day, sir.
I'll come
And he goes
back
to
with
another
more
customer.
So, this was the thing that I wanted to do, though, most of all.
As so walking, Heisel over to the booth, he's saying, "See, stay away from the densest crowd of people. That's where it's most dangerous. Someone can sneak in, and that's where a
Mr.
bomb is most
Barrett?
likely to be."
I will say that with your enforcer eyes, you would look around and like everybody is armed in this room. This is a hazard.
Yes.
I'm not some high society prat. I know my way around places like these. It's all right. Plus, don't you want to go use that firing range at some point?
No, I'm on duty tonight.
Are you ever not on duty though?
That's true.
I've been on duty
Well,
24/7 since I
what
was
if I go there?
fresh out of my mother's
Then
womb.
do you have to come too?
Yes.
And wouldn't it be convenient for you to be Fire in alongside me.
Yes.
That baby's got a gun.
Would you like that?
It's not a matter of what I would like.
Barrett, would you like that?
That's not for me to say. It's not my place.
We'll head over after I get my drink.
Very well.
And then I show up with Barrett's drink.
And just Barrett's drink. Nothing for Heisel, nothing for you. Just coffee in a beer glass.
Yeah.
What took you so long?
Well, it turns out they had to go get some coffee from the back room, but
You want
I
to grab my
managed.
coffee?
Did you get anything
well,
for the rest of
it
us?
took them a little bit more money because they had to go get it.
They
So I
charged you.
actually
How much did
used
they?
up all my money for that.
What?
So actually, I can't cover the cost of any of the
What
How
did
much
they-
was the coffee?
It was 20 more than they.
They charged you 20.
It
You
was.
could
That's
have allowed
fine.
20 banknotes. See, I was planning on paying for my own drink anyway.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
There's no 20 banknotes.
Uh,
Next time, try to get it at a better price.
You better enjoy it, Barrett.
They literally went into the break room like, hey, is there still a pot? Yeah, it's kind of cold.
This coffee is cold.
I did what I could. I asked them to go get some extra, but that's all they could do.
Does Lee notice anything strange about it?
Make a study check.
I hope not.
Purposefully fail, come on.
Purposefully fail it.
Study swiftly. He's not really checking like super carefully for anything. He's just like smelling it.
Oh man,
Cold.
number one rule in the club is be careful about sketchy drinks.
That is one success.
Okay. Anton, go ahead and make a tinker check.
Can I have said this is a Tinker Swiftly?
No. Sorry, it took time. Cleverly, probably.
Uh, you know,
It's
I really want it, so I'm gonna use a wood to turn my one success into a critical success.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think there's a case to be made for it, especially because there's so many things already strangely going on. The coffee's cold. It's in a beer glass. What is going on? It's just like you don't.
If it
Other
smells
than
like
that,
alcohol,
doesn't
it's
seem like
probably just
anything
the
is
last drink that
extremely
was in
wrong.
there.
So
Oh,
yeah.
exactly.
Lee just sits down. He's not really paying attention to the drink. He just starts sipping it as he's watching around the room, watching to look for anything suspicious. Do I have to make a survival check?
You will.
You gonna go get drinks for the rest of us?
I can do that. They said they had vodka,
Partial
whiskey,
successes.
And,
Okay.
I don't remember what else.
That is
I'll take a whiskey.
2 successes.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
I'll go and get whiskey for Heisel, and depending on how much that costs, something for myself.
Barrett, you have never been better. You are not hindered by this whatsoever. Not even tipsy. Sorry about that. It's just
the caffeine.
yeah. It's okay. Caffeine. There we go. So yeah, the thing is that it's not a very. There's not much whiskey in there, and it would basically just be like a little bit less than 1 glass of whiskey. So, not very much. I would have had him like noticeably tipsy at 1 success and completely drunk at 0 successes. But he rolled 2.
This is the worst coffee I've ever tasted.
Well, I imagine that they don't do well with coffee here in a bar. It's for alcohol.
You can have some of my alcohol if you'd rather.
Tell them to get it down to 10 and I'll get another one. I need more caffeine.
That sounds great.
Did you want to fail?
Okay.
I know.
Okay,
I get
so
it.
the
I'm
first thing,
It would
because I know Heisel probably has some money, so I need to make sure. that
Oh,
I get the
point, yeah.
coffee. I'm going to go back to the person and be like, I don't suppose you can make me another one of those.
What are you?
It wasn't enough for him.
Oh.
He wanted seconds.
Make a persuasion check.
Seems like a perfectly reasonable excuse. Like,
Okay, would failure mean that he's not going to do it at all?
No.
You would do it?
Yeah.
Even if I failed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I failed.
30 notes.
I can give you 20 now and then bring back 10 in
No.
a minute.
We don't do that here. Sorry.
Then I'll come back with 10 in a minute. I'll go, like, I managed to talk him down, just give me the 10.
Oh! Make it. You know what? No, it's up to Barrett if he's gonna inside check this.
You came back and asked me for 10.
Yeah.
I'll give you 10. But if you don't talk him down, that's out of your pocket.
I understand that. Take the 10, go up to him, make it really strong though, and I'll give him 30.
Fair enough. All right, and you see him go back to the into the break room and come out with another glass of
Cold coffee.
cold coffee with whiskey in it. There you go.
And I'll be back in a minute with a little more for some whiskey. I'll go give Barrett his drink, say to Heisel. It turns out the whiskey's a little more than I expected.
Oh, sure. And I'll slide 10.
Okay, I'm gonna take the 10, go back up, try to get her whiskey.
Why don't you just buy everything in one go?
Money troubles. You want me to draw you? I could make you pay for that, and then I'd have money.
Draw
I wouldn't have
me?
to do this. Yeah.
Make a persuasion check.
Anton's just living it up.
That's
Oh.
that's a success and a critical success.
Wait, is that it? Oh, that's
That's a 7.
That was a
Okay.
Oh, my word.
Guess what?
Great.
Get 2 momentum points. Hmm.
I'm going to get this man wrong.
I would like to note that even in my fight against Lee, I was rooting for myself to do well. But this is the only time I'm like rooting for you to do poorly. Just know this. Like, I think of any part in the campaign, this is gonna be the only point where I'm actually gonna be like, I want someone to do
No,
poorly.
it's difficult.
All right. Okay. So what exactly are you getting here?
What?
Yeah. What are you getting?
As in alcohol?
Yeah. Because wait, you already got the second coffee and whiskey
Yeah.
for
Coffee.
Barrett.
I wanted. He had asked me about the money, and I'd said if I drew him, then I'd have, and he paid for it, then I'd have some money and wouldn't have to do it. But I wanted whiskey.
Just one glass.
I don't know. I don't know how much it costs.
I mean, did you want something for you?
If I have the money for it, and I don't.
Well, normally it's about 10 notes per glass, but are you actually a good artist?
I'd like to think so. I
All
mean, I've
right.
done it more or less professionally for a while.
5 notes then
5 notes each.
per glass. I'm
Can I
intrigued.
get 2 glasses then for this?
For a 10, of course.
I'll give him the 10.
All right, and he's gonna go about just continuing serving drinks, but I don't have a reference for this guy.
Random bartender who does have a name.
Use your imagination.
Yep.
He is, again, all white, basically shirt and a vest as well. Kind of spiked up hair, but no, I'm taking that back. That was somebody else that was describing. Screw it. He's got a man bun.
Oh, this is a modern club.
This is a modern club. Yeah.
The future is
This
now.
probably would do very well
inside
in
the
year
subsidiary.
2021, but it's in 1871 because 150 years makes no difference. No.
Well, you know
You're just
it's
150
funny
years
because like
ahead.
on one hand I'm like, yeah, well, Radio Code doesn't really come out until, but then on the other hand I'm like, listen,
He's got a man bun.
he's got a man
He's got a
bun,
man bun. There's a DJ.
right?
Like white and black. I don't know. That feels very modern.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah, you just gotta call it
Didn't they,
monochrome.
Have
instead.
like ponytails like back in the day? Like,
What's that?
Yeah.
Like to like the time that like The
Depending
Dishonored
on what
is
you
like
So
setting.
yes, again, this is where I'm going to say this is the rule of it being a punk genre. So this is steampunk.
But for
So
the hairstyle.
I
Yeah,
mean, even
yeah.
Leonard's hair
No,
is
no,
tied
no,
back a little bit.
dude, you need to see some of the styles of characters in Dishonored, especially in Dishonored 2. They are really inspired by just our culture. Things are fairly progressive in this culture here.
Hey, have you seen a macaroni hairstyle from the 1700s?
Excuse me, a
The
what?
macaroni.
Wait, table this. This is
Table.
It's a whole
Put it in
This is a
chat.
whole
Put it in
rabbit
You
chat.
can't
hole.
just say the name macaroni hairstyle, and I'm not
It
interested.
had to do with people who went to Europe and now suddenly they're so cultured. But
Oh
like,
yeah, like when people
but
did
like
that for
a
trips.
long time ago.
Yeah.
So anyway, are you getting back with my drink yet?
I think I went back. Wait.
You went back, you gave him his second coffee, now you're back getting the two
Yes.
whiskeys.
Yes. So you have yours.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, got the 2 whiskeys, and I promised the guy a drawing, apparently,
Mhm.
gave him all my money, and now I'm coming back to give Heisel her drink to drink my drink.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Right.
so he gives you those 2 whiskeys. There you go.
Nice.
Great, thanks,
Do I need to
thanks,
roll
Anton.
anything?
No, you already rolled success. You just got to draw him something though now.
I mean for the whiskey. I mean the whiskey and the coffee. For him not to notice this one.
Oh yes.
He's not even gonna
You can
check
make a
this
study
time.
check.
He's not gonna check this time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
He's gonna look at it like
Right. He checked the last one.
it
So.
smells worse than last time, and then he's just gonna.
All right. Make a survive check. Difficulty of 3. It's
Mm.
more whiskey. You've already had whiskey.
That is 2 failures.
You're drunk.
Quietly to
Yes.
Heisel.
Yes.
And you are. It is.
You're a godsend. Or an ounce.
Not sure what
what's
happened
even
with the first glass. You handled
I
it,
didn't realize.
but you evidently were right at the threshold.
Sent by the
So
outsider.
now,
I don't know, man.
right, and it. Yeah,
I
that's
don't know what
right.
the
So
slang is.
you are.
Yes.
I don't
You're
know.
not tipsy. You are drunk. Maybe not like tripping, but maybe slightly slurring over your words. Definitely not able to walk a straight line, but not tripping and vomiting or anything like that.
Barrett, you're doing all right there.
I'm not feeling well.
Do you need me to help take you outside?
I haven't felt this in 5 years since I. No, I've been drinking coffee
Since what?
since
What was 5 years
since
ago?
I had my last drink.
It's been 5 years since you had a drink.
Did you guys seriously just hamper this man's 5 years of sobriety? Oh,
I didn't. He only told me about it after.
Yeah.
this is unhealthy.
I spent all my money on this.
All your money.
All my money. I had a problem. I had a problem.
Don.
You had a drinking problem.
Yeah.
You were an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing you've been drinking coffee.
And he's gonna look around and look to check and see if anyone else is like watching and see if anything suspicious is going on.
Okay, make a study check. Increase difficulty because you're drunk.
All right.
So difficulty of. Well, you know what? It's a partial success thing, anyways. So.
So he's going to study carefully around the room. 1 critical success and 1 success.
Okay. You don't know what is going on right now. Go ahead and take 2 dice for momentum. I will say again, the maximum for momentum pool is 6 dice total. So, and that is what's that?
We've reached it.
All right. Oh, you just reached it.
Wait, do you
Oh,
have
seriously?
Do you have 2 momentum?
Yes. I
Okay.
do. We just reached it. If
Okay.
There you go.
All
if
right.
we are reaching
Apparently.
if you want, we can cut to Sab. He might have taken out the bird and was like, "I got nothing better to do," and just listen to it again. And
Oh, the owl.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and
If
make
we
a.
have leftover, I'd love to make that check again at the end.
Very first thing you did roll a check though.
Yeah.
How much momentum can you use?
I don't want to incentivize alcohol use.
Well, the max
But
you can roll
for
is
some
5.
reason, you feel like it's the strange mixture of caffeine and alcohol, and you are just like, you're going through everyone's guns, and you're like, yeah, 9mm. range, 1,500 yards, and just like going through every single gun, like this is what they could do. This
Mr.
is what they could
Barrett,
do.
Mr. Barrett, what are you doing? Where are you going?
I'm keeping an eye on them.
You're
You
doing-
know the threat of everybody around here.
Oh my goodness.
Those two.
Why don't you
those two men are
come
the
sit
biggest
down at the
threat.
table again? I see them. Don't worry. I've got
He's
my eye
sitting
on them.
down, He's watching.
Are you doing okay?
Yeah, yeah. He's getting very panicky.
Ooh, all right. Maybe we should take you outside. Just drink this, and I'll hand Anton my whiskey, kind of sadly,
Okay, Sab.
and I'll take.
Okay,
sorry.
Sab, I guess.
No, wait. Sorry, you were still going on.
Yeah, I'll take Barrett outside.
Okay. All right. Now back
Sab,
to Sab.
Sab kind of is just there. He's having trouble sleeping. Wonder why. He reaches in and takes out the owl and just kind of like.
It's
he-
like
he
it's like
doesn't-
9 o'clock right now. It ain't that
Yeah.
late, but
Well, he kind of just leans up against the wall, and he's kind of subconsciously just like holding it up to his ear and just kind of holding it to him.
Oh.
This is
okay. Make a study check again. Void lore, carefully, cleverly.
just going with all of it. What else? am I-
Actually, you know what? This has got to be carefully.
okay. Carefully, steady, void roll. Okay, that's 2 successes. And that's 2 successes.
4 successes.
Oh, that's 2. No, just
just 2. Okay, all right.
just 2.
Okay, that's good. So this time, you don't hear a song per se, but you're pressing your ear, and there's a very, very, very faint hum coming from the owl itself. And you would see an image in your mind. Just very, very quickly. Except instead of an image, it's just consciousness of various puzzle pieces that you assume would all be part of one scene. A knife, blood, white marble, a plaque, a note, and a body. And that's it.
This is a weird question, but
Mhm.
when I was in Sherry's house,
Mhm.
did the marble floor look like the one in their kitchen or anything?
Absolutely not. Her floor was pretty much just wooden.
Okay, that's good. So marble, white floor, note, body.
And one phrase as well. Ah, come on. I have this somewhere.
That's a great phrase.
Interesting. Come on.
Ah, I have this somewhere.
Good to know. I'm writing that down.
Come on.
Yeah, come on.
I have this
I
somewhere.
have this.
I've got to emphasize the this.
This
Mm-hmm.
somewhere.
How many times have I been drunk as different characters so far?
I think just twice.
two.
I think just 2. Feels like
The
there's
fact
been
that like no one like I think like it's weird to say, but like Sab's like a. I mean, technically, you're not drinking because like they're tricking you, but like Sab's a safer drinker.
They.
than-
They.
they.
Excuse you. You mean him?
Yeah.
I didn't know until after he was done.
Oh.
You know when someone's alcohol tolerance is 100% and then suddenly it's 0%?
I
You
may
can't
have
predict
approved.
that.
Yes.
But I didn't.
You can't predict that.
Inspired.
Him/they. So like Sab's like he's kind of drunken it twice, but like not really any problems. But yeah.
It's that high survive, man.
Oh, okay. All right. The phrase.
Mhm.
It's a lot simpler than I thought.
What do you say?
It's a lot simpler than I thought. You killed her. And that's it. All right. So, anything else you'd like to do in this alley right now? 9:30 at night.
Seb looks at the owl. Well, that was weird. You talking to me, Hootie? Because she's totally.
And I'm not going to say how long this lasts, if it is forever or temporary, but you now have +1 to any check involving a knife. So you have 1 knives focus.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he's not the person you want to be nice to.
Sab
Not
starts
necessarily.
playing with his knife randomly, and he looks at it. And he's like, "What the?" He kind of starts piecing together slowly, but then also he kind of doesn't care enough to totally. He just is like, "Oh, weird." Puts it into his. I guess he keeps holding it and just kind of plays with his knife a little bit and then puts it away.
Okay. All right. Back to the party, people. Make a survive check. You just drank 2 whiskeys.
Let's see. No. 2 successes.
2?
Wait, well, depends. Because I have the +1 difficulty. If I can use boldly or swiftly, yes. If no, then only 1 success.
Do you down them very quickly?
Yes.
Okay. You're good. Yep.
Just don't
You
think.
can't drink carefully successfully, but you can drink swiftly successfully.
Yeah. Slow and steady does not win the race. Chug.
So I say my apologies to Mikhail and Anton, and I'm helping Barrett outside.
Mikhail was probably very embarrassing dancing on the dance floor.
Yeah.
I definitely gave him a bit of a jab on the way inside about, they'll know your name, huh?
They will. They will know my name.
Mm-hmm.
And Lee,
Just need the fancy gun.
as Lee's walking, he stops and he looks across the room. And he starts reaching for his gun.
Barrett,
There's Valentine.
it's no, Valentine is
He's
dead.
doing it again.
He's dead. We saw him die. He's dead. Just come on, it's all right.
It's one of his men.
It's fine. If it really is, he'll come out and try to get us, and we'll be able to shoot him then. It's all right. Come
I
on.
can't let him kill everyone again.
He's not going to try.
He's still tense, but he's not reaching for his gun anymore.
Yeah, so I'll keep leading him outside.
He's like, is there a problem?
No, nothing like that. You just seemed like you could use some fresh air.
So he's outside.
And I'm just kind of looking after him and making sure he's not gonna, like, do anything dangerous or anything. Mr. Barrett, you said it was 5 years since you had your last drink.
Yeah. Yes.
I suppose I didn't know a lot about you. Have you always been, or for a while, one of Mr. Henrik's men?
Not always. Only since I left the army after the Empire fell apart.
You were on the Empire side?
Yes. For a time. My time was up. I left and took a break for a while and decided afterwards that I needed to go and do something with my life. About 5 years ago was the last one I had my last streak.
Do you have any family?
Not anymore.
Any other connections back home or anything like that?
Not anymore.
And then what's your plan after all this with Mr. Kenrick?
I don't have a plan.
Just work until you drop?
Until I drop or until someone drops me. One's inevitable.
Well, I don't think the latter will happen. You're a good shot, like Maxim said.
He's still looking around, but he's a little bit calmer.
So I'll just keep him talking about
I'm talking.
whatever.
All right. So how long are you guys planning to stay out here?
Either until he seems a little more sober or until they come out and find us.
Because it was 2 failures, it's probably gonna be you're gonna have to wait to sleep it off. And the rest of the group. Actually, you know what? Anton, are you doing anything? Actually, in the club.
I guess I'm gonna like very quickly draw the bartender's picture.
Okay. This is actually going to be a time where I do make you do a painting check. But go ahead. What was your painting focus?
It was like 5.
Okay. So add a focus with this then. Quickly tinker check with art focus.
1 success.
Okay. I was granting partial successes, so failures or like complete failure would be you can't recognize it. 1 would be okay, that's supposed to be that guy right there. 2 would be yeah, that's nice, and 3 would have been like a masterpiece, something like that. So you giving that to the barkeep?
Yeah.
Okay. He picks it up from the bar. Meh. Not bad.
Thanks. I kind of was in a bit of a hurry. If I'd taken my time, it might have been a bit better, but I accidentally got alcoholic drunk with coffee with the whiskey in it.
Alcoholic drunk?
No,
I
he
think
was
it's
an
just called
alcoholic.
drunk. Oh.
He was an alcoholic 5 years ago. Hadn't had a drink since then, and I ruined his streak.
What?
I didn't mean to. I didn't know.
Why did I give you coffee?
I thought he just needed to lighten up and see what he said. And I'm just gonna overshare.
Oh, yes! And this barkeep is very like, well, I have someone to tend, and you just like keep going and, well, excuse me, but
Yep.
You're that guy.
wow.
Let me tell the barkeep my problems.
All right. Then it would probably be honestly just another 30 minutes before Mikhail would come out because like almost all of you left the club early.
I'll probably at some point start fiddling with the Hastings device and get some music on.
Oh, okay.
As well.
Are you using the Hastings device as a Hastings device?
No,
as well?
the radio.
Okay.
Well,
all
actually,
right.
well, I mean, I guess if I'm, yeah, I'll do both. I'll fiddle
Okay.
with it.
Make a tinker check.
Okay. And remind me, I do get to use Void Lore with that, right?
Yep.
It's a critical success.
Just one?
Yes.
Well, there's definitely some void artifacts nearby. It appears as though there's probably like at least a couple in the VIP section.
Ooh.
Is there any music on?
What's that?
Is there any music?
Yes, there is. You would turn into frequency 70, which is where Mikhail's show is on.
Oh, yeah.
Where you all heard that first broadcast upon entering Sunline, and you would hear in a garbled voice, and here is Melody here with the top tunes of Pandasia today, and here is We'll Meet Again by Those Poor Salesmen. And then it would just be another song.
What is We'll Meet Again about?
What's that?
What is We'll Meet about?
It is about...
Sad love song.
It is a sad love song. It's late into the night.
Is it the actual song?
What?
The actual song "We'll Meet Again"? That's like a
Which?
We'll meet again.
Don't know
Don't know
where.
where. Don't know. It's
Yeah,
like,
that song.
It's like an
Oh.
off-brand alternate universe version where like
No.
no? Okay.
It's not-
Sorry. I
Oh,
just.
it's
It sounds like a
appropriate
song
too.
name.
Yes, it does. Everyone's
Oh,
on.
that's
Darn it.
Darn.
Wow.
Radio crackle. and
Yeah,
he goes and sits
yeah,
on the
I've heard it
street
with that
corner,
before.
goes
It's really good.
Okay. Wait. No,
I've
everybody
used
needs
it
to.
with
Are you
Michael
actually doing
before.
that? It's it is a very nostalgic song.
Yes.
Who does that song originally?
Originally?
Yeah.
Stand by.
How long ago was
Dang it!
that?
I just plagiarized the song.
Whoops.
Arthur Young and Berlin.
Oh wait, Vera Lynn.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Well, Lee hears the song start playing, and then he goes and sits down in the street corner and puts his hand down or his head down in his hands,
Oh no.
sitting on the street,
I'll
looking really
walk
depressed.
over and kind of turn the song off if that helps. Yeah. Not much of one for music, Mr. Barrett.
I could have protected them.
Who could you have protected?
Doesn't matter.
Looks like it matters a whole lot to you.
Doesn't matter. I need to watch. And he gets back up on his feet and starts watching people again. Line's probably thinned out by now.
Mm-hmm.
Are you... Pardon if this is too personal a question, but... Are you watching me because you couldn't watch someone else?
Sorry, what do you mean?
The reason you take this so seriously. Is it because you couldn't protect somebody else, Mr. Barrett?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I'm doing my job the best I can.
You're doing a great job at your job, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you.
But know that you can blink, you can sleep. I can take care of myself too. It doesn't have to be 100% on your shoulders.
Yeah. Yes, Miss Goodwin. That is all he says.
All right. In about just a little bit, Mikhail would head over to you, Anton, and probably actually do the bartender a favor and just say, "Hey, where did everybody else go?"
I think they went outside. There was a bit of a well, someone got drunk.
That does happen in bars.
Yeah. It does. Yeah, maybe we should go find them.
Well, I mean, if we're not enjoying the club, that's fine. It's too loud anyways. All right, let's go check up on them.
That sounds good.
And you all would leave the club, and immediately it's... Darn it, was I just about to say it's night and day? That's too on the nose. But it's just so much light, and then... It's like when you're wearing night vision goggles and someone throws a flare. Except it's the opposite. It takes a very long time for your eyes to get used to the kind of... What? Oh, okay. Yeah. And you would see, was Lee sitting down like on a curb or something? Or just like, okay, yeah, you would see Heisel with their Hastings device tuning into some music or not, or just,
It's just sitting in her lap.
it's just sitting
quiet
on her
at this
lap.
point.
Yep. And they're just sitting on the curb.
Okay. So over.
You have a good time in there.
Well, I mean, it was all right. Your drink was fine. Mine was too.
Yeah.
Same, right?
Wish I could have found it out for myself.
It's not
next
that
time.
strong, or maybe it's just how strong till it is. I think that's the same thing. Maybe it's just like that. You don't feel it until you feel it all the way. Not
Maybe.
sure. Is everything all right out here?
Well, it just might be best to get back to the apartment.
Is he really drunk?
He's really drunk.
Ooh. Sorry about that. I had
You
no
didn't
idea.
know. Do you want to start getting them back? I'll meet you. I just want to head back in there real quick.
Back in the club?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Just
okay.
check up on a couple of things.
I guess I can do that.
Great.
See you back there then.
Mhm.
I'll head off, I guess.
All right. So you guys are heading back, whereas Heisel is going into the building again. The bouncer would try to stop you and like, oh yeah, you got the arm thing.
You remember me. So I'm gonna head in.
Okay. The VIP area, there is a staircase to get to the balcony in the very back of the ground floor. So
I'll give it a go.
there
Let's see if
is
I can get in.
another bouncer there.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your gun?
I'll flick it out.
Okay, that's good enough for me. You can go on up.
Good. I love this bar.
I'll put it
It
back
is
in
so
my
unsafe,
sleeve.
yet I bet it's the safest
Oh,
place.
This is the weirdest thing that you've ever managed to accomplish using a dead man's invention.
I know. This was a
Thanks,
throwaway for me
Emil.
when I was like, oh, I'll take the gun. I was like, I guess Heisel could have something to defend herself. It's come in handy so many times.
It's cool, man.
It was
really
great.
cool.
It was a great idea.
Yeah.
Great concept.
Thank you for having it for me.
Yeah, well.
All right. So you walk up to the balcony and you are just greeted with nearly a gallery of characters, of people wearing strange, colorful outfits. You can see one guy standing over the balcony, kind of looming over the rest, but looking out over the club itself with a monochrome outfit and this really stuck-up hair. But you also see, actually, you would hear it first. Well, hey, look who it is, and you would see LG, with Ren, actually on this floor again. Ren is not the one that says, well, look who it is. She's still sitting down, but LG's just like, well, if it isn't the person that helps save us.
You're, not who I was expecting to run into here.
Well, who were you expecting to run into?
Well, no one but not you.
Well, here we are. How'd you get in here?
Just showed off a gun.
Okay, I mean, if it's good enough for the bouncer, there you go.
What'd you have? What did you show?
Ooh, well, I got this thing right here. This thing. And Ren just says, LG, we got in on my piece, not yours. Oh, yeah. Well, I have a gun, I assure you, and I'm very accurate with it. But
Sure. I'll take your word on it.
Mm-hmm. So hey, what are you doing here? Where's the rest of the motley crew?
Oh, we were in here a minute ago, but they're heading back to the apartment. I'm gonna join them in a minute. I just sensed some things up here.
You just what?
Sensed some things.
Sensed. I mean, the party's up here.
Well, not that kind of sense.
Okay, that's fine.
Just Rand, have I told you about this thing?
Oh,
I'm gonna
yeah,
pick on
that's
these
the little trinket that Sybil Hastings built you, right?
Trinket. It's something.
Well, I
Wouldn't
mean,
call it a trinket.
what's it do?
And I'm gonna start tuning it to see if I can find those void frequencies.
The spike is on her.
Anything else?
Yeah. There are a lot coming from the figure on the balcony. 3.
You hear that? That guy over there with the hair.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a number of different void things on him. Bit of a collection, actually.
Doesn't surprise me.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah, that's Sander. That's the owner of the club.
Sander.
Actually, he's a friend of mine. He built this thing, and she holds up her gun.
Do you know what he's got on him?
Guns. Lots of guns. But bone charms as well, probably.
That'd explain it. A little less interesting than I was hoping, but fair enough.
Well, I mean, that's just a guess. I don't know his entire equipment. You could probably ask him. He's very public with weaponry.
He's the sort of person to want something like this.
What's that?
he the sort of person to want something like this if I told him how I found what he has on him?
What, the Hastings device?
Mm-hmm.
Ah. Hmm. Honestly, no. That's not his field.
I might just go ask him then. He'd be trusted at all.
Yeah. He's he is the definition of neutrality. He is interested in art, and that's it. Or art, if you can call it that.
What do you mean by art?
Well, if you mention that question with him, you'll be here for the next 8 hours. But
Note taken.
well, this whole club was his design. This is his. He's a weaponsmith, but he would call himself a weapons artiste.
Is he the one that owns the shop?
Yes, that's right.
Ah,
Yeah, that's him.
and a nightclub.
Mm-hmm.
Got a bit of sway, huh?
That's right. He's a pretty big figure here in Sunline.
Well, I suppose I'll see you in a bit then, Ren. LG.
I'm not gonna snap. That's not cool. Good seeing you, Heisel.
Good choice, LG.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna head over to the figure up on top of the balcony.
Okay. All right. It's weird. The balcony that he's on is almost kind of a pedestal. This guy is pompous.
I can tell.
Yes. So, as soon as... Oh boy, this is going to be something. As soon as you start heading up the stairs, he would turn around and you would see... He's wearing... They're not sunglasses. They're
Oh no.
circular tinted glasses. One is tinted, one is not. He's got the whole monochrome thing going on. Again, the same, almost a similar pattern to... Well, no, a similar pattern to the club itself.
So the half black, half white.
That's it. And you see him turn around and just grin. Show me your piece.
Or wait, what was the noise?
And immediately he's rushing over to you and examining that. And he does pull up your sleeve if you're...
Mr. Sander?
I'm sorry, I just have to examine what this is. Oh, this is brilliant. Okay, that is kind of... Oh, just a garbage gun. But I could fit you for something much better.
Sure. I mean, I heard you're a gun artisan here in town.
Aha, yes, and you use my proper term as well. Lovely, I am Zonter.
Lady Ogre Heisel Cohen.
Heisel.
I was gonna say, I heard you had a bit of an interest in some things relating to the void.
Oh, just a passing interest. Just in the fact that they themselves are pieces of art themselves.
You know, I've got a friend who's a painter. Bit of an eye for the artistic.
Really? Well, he should stop by my gallery of pulverisive and gladianatural devices and show them off.
That's quite the mouthful. I'll tell him to do it.
Excellent. I look forward to it.
Be looking for Anton.
Anton. I'll remember that name.
I'm sure you'll get on just fine.
Of course.
Anyway, my friend told me you might have had a couple of void things on you. I was curious to see what you got.
Oh, yes. Well, I have a couple of pulverisive device themed bone charms in this coat that I'm wearing. And I also have this, my pride and joy. And he pulls out a pistol from his holster that has a bone charm as part of the handle. It's...
Ooh.
Yeah.
What's it do?
Well, sometimes I shoot a bullet comes out, but a bullet is still in the magazine.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
How
It's
reliable
quite
is it?
fickle.
Oh.
What's that? Here, what's this? And he takes the pistol, and there is a bullseye target on the opposite end of the store, or of the club, and he goes, and he's trying to match the music, and then just matches it with the gunshot. And
This guy, though.
That beat drop was really on point. How they get so loud?
All right. That is a critical success from him.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, we love it.
This guy is great.
And just drops it dead center of the bullseye on the base drop as well. Now look. And he pulls back the slide to reveal that there's still a bullet in the chamber. Guess it wasn't fickle this time. Ha ha ha.
Fascinating.
Oh, indeed, yes. It's pretty good in a pinch, too.
Oh, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything more like that?
Well, I mean, I have the bone charms in here, but... This is Spencer speaking. I haven't decided what they do yet.
Oh, I mean, is there any other way you could, wrap one of those into a gun?
Oh, easily. Well, not easily, but gladly. If that's what you would want, I could get you a much better piece than that pea shooter there.
Right, it's just more of a precautionary measure than anything else. I've never really done much thinking about it.
Oh, a precautionary measure. There's so much more that can go into devices such as that.
I should introduce you to my friend, Mr. Barrett. I'm pretty sure your bouncer ruffled him a little. Tell him his piece wasn't good enough to get in here.
Well, who made the piece?
I have no idea.
Hmm.
Probably no one like you.
Well, if he needs something better, you know where to find me.
I'll tell him.
Mm-hmm. So, you prefer the concealed attack, the surprise, right? Well, then I could build you something very special. Something that catches them not off guard in the fact that, oh, that's a gun, but also, wow, that's a gun.
I love this guy.
Color me intrigued.
Excellent. Oh, could I have the chance to examine that device for myself?
Oh, I suppose it.
Well, I mean, if I have to smith a gun for it, I have to examine it, right?
What do you mean by examine, exactly?
Well, temporarily have it, of course, and perhaps blueprint it a little bit, and maybe build one for my own.
This is a rather unique design, isn't it?
That's fair. I don't want to deprive from it its uniqueness. Fair enough. I won't blueprint it, but I do need to use it just so that I can actually fit the gun in it.
I could drop it off in the morning. And if you be willing to take a little off the price, I suppose you could always make one for yourself, even if it's not, mass produced.
Ooh, that does sound lovely. Well, the price of a piece such as this, first off, I would need a bone charm to incorporate. I am not a bone charm salesman myself.
Sure.
So, you would have to provide me with that. And it would also be, because of the fact that my art is so unique, and I also have a club to manage, it would be probably around 300 notes.
All right. For a piece like yours, I'm sure it's a fair price.
Oh, yes. And there's so much to incorporate into a firearm like this. I'd love to talk to you more about it, but, I'm here at the club tonight. That's for working hours.
Of course. Well, I'll keep in mind I won't be able to come over in the morning first thing or anything, but
Oh,
once
that's
I've got
fine.
the
We don't
funding
open
for
until 11
something like
anyways.
yours.
What's that?
But once I have the funding for something like yours, I think that could be a good agreement.
Of course.
I'll
Well,
send my friend over to take a look at your pieces later.
excellent. I always love showing off my pieces.
I can't tell.
Mm-hmm.
Do you always shoot that well? And I'm going to point up at the... Sorry.
Only when I'm in particularly good form. He has a focus of 5 in firearms.
5?
5.
That's pretty decent. Well, I appreciate you giving me the time.
Of course. And it was a pleasure meeting you, Miss Heisel.
Right back at you. If you ever need actually, my particular business, I offer consultations, if you will, seeings into the void. If anything like that would ever interest you, you let me know.
Seeings. Describe it to me.
Well, see, I get messages from the void sometimes. Information about things that are going to happen in the future. Or things that are happening in other places.
From where?
Well, have you heard of The cult has forgotten.
It's not somebody that knows this immediately. Hooray!
Evangelism. Have you heard of the cult of the forgotten?
Well, I've heard of many cults. None of them really seem to interest me. So
Well, I
no.
think that's not your band. But we sent someone into the void.
Really?
A new outsider. And I hear things every once in a while from him.
What's he look like?
I'll
Or she?
pull out the silver graph, I guess, and show him.
That doesn't look like the one I've seen.
You've seen a different one.
Yes, I have.
What was this one like?
Well, obviously, I'm already on a certain level, but this one was a lot more pompous than I am. Dazzling. Kind of a prude.
How did you meet this other outsider?
Well, it's much like walking into the doors of my club here. Way too much light. Well, my light has a purpose, but his was just too much, just gaudy. And he gave me an offer, and I said, no, I do my own art. I left.
What was the offer?
Oh, just to give me power and such nonsense.
In exchange for what?
Duh. He didn't mention that part. Something about a mark. But
Surprising thing, turning down something like that. It's, from what I hear, quite the offer.
oh, indeed, but just fruitless. I'm here to make my own contributions, not to be someone else's contribution.
Well said. But if you ever need someone who has a bit of an insight into things that are to come, you let me know. Mikhail Zavilian lives down in the insert district name here.
Mikhail Civilian?
You know him.
The author of The Tears of the Constant Sea?
That's my friend.
Where is he? I want to meet him.
Is Mikhail still around?
No, he left. Sorry.
I could bring him in when my friend comes to say hi.
Please do. I want to meet him. I need to ask him what happens to the prince.
He doesn't tell people spoilers.
What? No! How dare you torment me so?
But he's working on a killer new episode.
He is.
Yes. Next chapter.
Does it end with them reuniting?
You're gonna have to wait.
You can't just.
He wouldn't even let me see past the next chapter.
I'll give you the gun for free. The pulverizer device. I need to know.
I'll ask.
I've been on the edge of my seat.
Well, I'll see what I can do. I'll ask him.
Please do. I'd love to meet him. I could give him a gun.
Guy just gives guns out.
I'll bring him back.
Guy.
No, wait, I need money. Oh, confounded money. I'd love to meet him.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Ooh,
Take a
sorry. Ooh. And he takes a shot again at the target.
Oh my god.
I love this.
Oh.
On the beat, everything. He just rolled 4 successes.
Oh my god.
2 died.
Okay.
This guy, though.
Okay, that's correct. That is exactly what happens. So there is one bullet in the chamber of this gun, but he just shoots 3 shots in a row right at the target. A perfect triplet in tune with the rhythm of the music.
The people dancing. The
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but yeah.
I'll see about bringing him by in the morning.
Excellent, excellent. We open at 11 o'clock.
As you said,
Yes.
it's been a pleasure.
The pleasure has been all mine, Miss Heisel. Please do come by and please bring that author.
Yes, sir. Good night to you.
Good night.
I
I
know.
hope you enjoyed the club.
Oh, of course. Quite the decoration in here.
Oh yes, that's my yearly theme. we're going with a whole monochrome thing. My store is like that as well.
Ah. Well, it'll be easy to see then, I suppose.
Indeed. In a world of grey, black and white, standing in stark contrast of the white cliffs that are more like tan.
You and Anton will get along swimmingly.
I
Good
look
night.
forward to meeting all of you and your compatriots.
Yes. And I'll head back down to Ren. Kind of just give her a look like.
And she just goes,
And I'll head out.
She's like, I'm here for the guns.
that is exactly why she is here.
Oh my word. So I'll go and try to catch back up with the rest of them.
All right. You do. Just for the sake of story, I'm going to say you do catch up with everybody else before they run into Sab. But going to the apartment, is Sab hiding
No.
in the alley?
I
Sab
thought he
is
was in the cellar.
Sab is not in the cellar. He grabs stuff
No.
from the cellar, but
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not
He is in the
backup.
alleyway where you guys were practicing. Oh, I think you were
So you're
gone
in
when
the
you mentioned
alleyway
that.
below the apartment.
Basically. Yes.
All right. So, yeah, he's not hiding. So,
Mhm.
yes, you would see a slovenly Sab.
Probably asleep by now.
Well, Lee's gonna see him, and he's gonna start yelling, "Sebastian Railhouse!" And he's gonna kick him awake, but not very coordinately, so it's not a very great kick.
Heck yeah. Alright. Okay. Do I roll for this? Probably. I have to survive, so no matter what. Alright.
He's kicking right for your head.
Heck
Oh!
yeah.
I mean, I guess he's drunk.
Alright. Survival, or am I fighting, or what is going on? I'm asleep, so probably.
He's not trying to like actually physically hurt him. He's just trying to knock him away.
Yeah, I think you can't dodge anything while you're asleep, so
Yes.
no check. Sorry.
Alright. Survive?
No.
I just
I think, yeah, you just kick him. It's not gonna be. You're not trying to damage him, are you?
yeah no.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
just, I don't like.
Yep, no
fight
check.
or fight forcefully.
I'm kicking his head, but I'm not trying to damage him.
Yeah. Okay. That's
Like
one hit.
Okay,
La bomb.
that's good enough. Yeah, you hit him and you don't trip. So there you go.
Sab. Like, he pulls out as fast
You did-
as
You did have the
See,
knife on you, did
you see him flip out this knife from his, because he grab it, and he's just about to like slash, and he like stops and like pulls off to like somewhere else.
He looks like a chaotic mess.
Sebastian,
He's like blinking and looking at her.
where did you go today? We had a plan. Sebastian.
Hazel?
Answer her.
Lee, you look.
Lee is kind of swaying a little bit.
Don't mind him. He's a little drunk.
Sebastian, where did you go? What were you doing today?
Just a knife puts him to sleep. I went to Sherry's house and found a book. Then I
Who's Sherry?
It's the friend of his.
Is it a brand?
You
yeah.
didn't hurt her.
No,
Didn't hurt her.
of course I didn't hurt her that.
Insight check.
Dumb.
Yeah. Lee's also going to do an insight check.
Or, I mean, sorry, intuition.
All right.
What's my penalty for insight?
I'm gonna say, yeah.
3 successes.
+3 to all checks.
Okay.
Difficulty.
Steady.
Or -3. I don't know. Whatever's not detrimental. Or what is detrimental?
Okay.
What would you roll, Sab?
Cleverly.
Levi.
Yes.
Is that roll up for grabs?
Sure, that's at least
Stopping.
2 successes. So I'm just doing study.
He
carefully,
has
so I did
1
9.
success.
Okay.
3.
So what would that
Yes.
mean my roll would have to be?
Okay. If you roll,
That would have been really big if you were drunk.
yeah, that's right. Yep.
So that's 2 successes.
That's still decent.
Okay.
You used your momentum.
Yep.
Oh.
I figured I'm not
Okay.
gonna need it for the
Yeah.
rest of the
That
session.
is a good point. You will lose it at the end of the session. So
Can I use
All right.
you know what? I might give you 2 momentum at the beginning of the session, just because you guys have had some decent rolls. And I have enjoyed this session profusely. But
All right. So beginning with Lee, since you got 2 successes, Sab got 1 success. You tell like, yeah, he's telling the truth. He didn't hurt her. But that's kind of it. Yeah. Heisel, you basically get the same thing. He didn't hurt her. You also can tell that Sab is in pain, but not physically. Like he's obviously like kind of freaked out, but also like you feel like there's something like messed up going on.
Are you okay, Sebastian?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just nightmare.
How did
Everybody make a quick study check.
Is it study quickly?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Does it have to be quickly?
Yes.
Can I add free running or
Nope.
poison?
No.
Can I add perception or intuition?
Perception.
Okay.
Let's see. 1 success, I suppose.
1 success.
Okay. Well, he looks drunk. That's it. This is literally just the check he made earlier. Yeah, you smell the alcohol on him. He literally put it in his darn hair. So.
Have you been drinking?
I guess a little bit. You look. You haven't been drinking, have you? No, that doesn't make sense.
I had bad coffee.
How
Yeah.
bad is that coffee? That's you now.
Coffee, he doesn't know.
What don't I know?
Coffee.
Let's go back. Let's go back upstairs. I'm not feeling well. So he pulls out his gun and gets ready to go and check the apartment.
All right.
Sab is not moving. He's just sitting there.
Sebastian,
Yes, Heisel.
in the morning, when you're 100%, we need to have a talk about what happened yesterday or today.
Yeah. Not much to say.
We had a plan and you didn't make the plan. Makes me think things went differently.
No, things went alright. Nothing crazy.
I don't believe that at all. But we'll talk about it in the morning.
Okay.
And I'm going to help bear it up.
He's
Alright.
waiting in the elevator.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and make those checks for the various people in the room. So we'll put it all under one study check.
Alright.
So
He's
minus
-3.
yeah -3 to
So-
DC. Yeah.
So he is not even going to look at the door handle this time.
Mm-hmm.
He's just going to barge in there with his gun pointing around the room, like just going around inside. He forgets to turn the lights off for a second and then tries to flip them on. That is 1 success, and that is it.
Okay. Yeah. It doesn't look like anybody's in this apartment right now. Remind me what your trap was on. Oh, it was like a pottery and yeah,
going up
that's
to the stairs.
not triggered.
Yeah.
You're good. Yep.
All right. That's it. Then he goes and immediately crashes on the couch.
All right. Well, you all had a somewhat eventful day today. Some of you more so than others, but I think you all had something interesting happen. But that is where we will end session 4
Can I do
tonight.
one very quick
Yes,
thing?
you can.
I wanted to make one more check on the spike in the hasty device.
Okay.
Now that we have momentum,
Oh, my
which
word.
Levi has graciously donated to my cause.
Throw in like a bunch of chaos too. Why not? That's partially a joke, but maybe not.
How much is it a joke? I mean, do you want me to?
Throw in 1.
We just
There's
made
only
2.
4, right?
That is correct.
You just made 2.
We don't even know what you did.
I'd be fine with like 1 chaos die. Just
I wouldn't
so-
do more than that. I mean,
No,
you can only
no
roll
more
5
than
max anyway.
So
So like 1
just-
chaos.
I wouldn't mind something interesting happening next session, but
Sure.
that's slightly chaotic.
Sure, I'll take a chaos if that's how the table is feeling.
All right. What are you
I'm
rolling?
glad that You rolled
5
this
dice.
a few times.
Okay.
I'm interested to see you succeed.
That's
What the
nice.
Spikes do.
Tinker, Clever,
To some degree.
Void Lore.
They seem competent.
So that is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ooh.
Oh.
You are relentlessly pursuing. What is this thing? Ren has not told you. What is this thing? You still don't quite know what is this thing, but you start to kind of think a little bit about the frequency that you're picking up, and the fact that it's not like any sort of bone charm or even rune that you picked up before. You've heard a few stories from time to time of a couple of very, very rare void artifacts. Something like an altar piece. Something like a very particular knife. This frequency is like that. And that's all I am able to tell you about the spike that you can derive from the Hastings device. And on that note, unless there are any objections, we will end session. Thank you for joining us. And I can't wait to see you all. Oh, we'll be off next week for Thanksgiving, but we'll be back eventually. And we will see you all then.